In this video, you'll build a Coinbase Blockchain Web 3.0 app with Next.js. You will style this app using styled components. After, you'll learn how to create and mint your very own tokens using the thirdweb SDK. We'll then add Web 3.0 authentication, so users need to log in using Metamask. We will use Sanity.io as our database where you'll store your freshly created tokens and include info about them, including their USD price conversion and their logos. We'll build a front end and update the portfolio balance, and also add send and receive modals based on the data from Sanity and the blockchain using thirdweb. You'll learn advanced skills like how to use GROQ with Sanity's API to actually retrieve your data. We'll then add the functionality to send and receive your tokens on the blockchain using the front end you just built with Next.js. Finally, we'll deploy this app using Vercel and host your app on the internet. So, are you ready? Let's do this. With all of that said, let's just get right into it and demo the app right now. So here's my app. Now notice that I can't log in. I have to actually connect my wallet. Boom, I click that, my Metamask pops up and I will hit next and connect. Once the connection is done, you'll see that my app automatically opens up and retrieves all of my tokens and coins from my Metamask or my Sanity database that I have. But if you look here, it's pulling my 4 Bitcoin and my 2 Ethereum, and it's actually telling you exactly what my portfolio balance is. Now, let's say I were to sell off one of my Bitcoins. Well, since one Bitcoin is about $40,000, you should expect my portfolio balance to drop by about 40,000. So let's go ahead and give that a try. I'm going to hit send and receive. Beautiful Modal pops up, and I will go ahead here and I'll type in address. And for this address, I have actually created another account in my Metamask. So I'll just go to that account and it's just called receiver Coinbase. I'm just using this to send Coinbase to it. Okay, or tokens to it. I'll copy this and I'll paste that address right here. And instead of Ethereum, and notice it actually pulled exactly how much Ethereum and Bitcoin I have. And again, this is pulling all of that from the blockchain, right? So boom, all of this. How freaking cool is that, by the way? Like, first of all, I think it's so freaking exciting. So now let's say I click Bitcoin, I go send 1 Bitcoin to that address. We'll hit continue. And now watch this, transfer in progress. And once it's completed, it will actually turn green. So let's give it a couple of seconds. Boom! It was sent successfully. So let's go to my Metamask and let's take a look. And I have received the 1 Bitcoin, right? Going back to my BTS Coinbase, I only have 3 Bitcoin left here because I sent 1, right? And now when I actually hit refresh, you'll see this go down by about $40,000. So let's give that a try. Wait for it. And boom, look at that. Guys, how beautiful is that? You just saw it drop from 170,000 to 130,000. The whole blockchain is working. This app, right, the tech stack, like I've already told you, it's built using Next.js and it's just beautiful. Right here you can see wallet connected, yeah. And then if I go into my send and receive, watch this, you can actually hit receive, right, and it pops up your address where they should send it, your wallet address. And check this out, I can choose Bitcoin, right, and then I go and receive, and all of a sudden now it says Bitcoin right here, and this QR code is actually functional. So if you were to actually scan this QR code, it will give you this exact address. Okay, so you can actually pull out your phone right now if you wanted to, right? Go ahead, scan that, and once you scan that, it'll give you the exact address and you'll be able to send the Bitcoin or Ethereum there, okay? So that's the build. This is the demo of the app that you're building. Take a look at it, right? I can change which toggle I'm in here on the left-hand side. The balance looks super slick, right? If I go out of here, you can see at the top, I have my wallet connected. Once it connects, it knows exactly which wallet it is. Just like Coinbase, I see my chart right here. I see some assets down below right here, right? And then on the left-hand side. So really looks slick, looks exactly like Coinbase. And if you're excited about this, this is the demo of the app. And now we're actually gonna jump in and just start coding it up from scratch. If you're ready, I'm ready. Let's just jump right into it. All right, let's go ahead and create our next app. So how we're going to do this is I'm going to just go into my GitHub folder. You can choose to go wherever you want, right? And I'm going to initialize this app. So I'm going to say npx create next app latest, just like that. And then just give it whatever you want to call it. So for example, for us, we're going to call it Coinbase Blockchain app, and then just hit enter. Now it's going to install React and Next inside of it, because remember, Next at the end of the day is built on top of React. So you're using all of React's technology plus with some nice little sprinkles with Next, okay? So don't worry, this is not like it's something completely new. It's still React at the end of the day. So let's go inside of our project, just like that. So now I'm going to open up this app in my Visual Studio Code, just like this. And what we're going to do is I'm essentially going to run it and see if it actually shows up. All right, now we're going to try running this app on our local host. So I'm simply going to just do yarn dev here. You could do npm run dev as well, but that's the command whenever you want to run a Next file. Let's take a look here, and boom, I'm seeing a bunch of Next related stuff here. All right, now that our Next app is created, what we have to do is actually create our app in Sanity as well. We got to get Sanity set up. That's going to be our backend. That's going to be our database. That's where we're going to store everything. So let's go ahead and do that now. I'm going to just open up, I'm going to do sanity.io. So you can go to Chrome, just go to sanity.io, and you should be good to go. We will hit a login. For you, you're probably just going to need to create an account. Once you create an account, hit create new project at the top here. Okay. And it's going to give you this command right there. This is the important command that you need. Now for you, you don't have Sanity installed. So what you're going to need to do is first take this command here. So let's go back, and you're going to need to paste that command again. And here's what you're going to need to do. You're going to do sudo npm install, and then you're going to need to install it globally everywhere. I'm not going to hit install because I have it already installed, but you should do that because that command is going to help you install this. So that's the command there. I just wasn't showing it earlier, and now I'm showing it right there. So type in that command. You should be able to install Sanity CLI, no problem. Once you've done that, inside of our app here, all right, we're going to create a folder called Studio. So I'm going to hit new folder. I'm going to do Studio, and we're going to CD inside of that folder. So I'm going to CD inside of Studio. And okay, guys, now when we're about to do Sanity init, make sure to do Sanity init -- coupon clever programmer. Make sure you do that, because once you do that, it will make sure that you're getting the best plan that comes with 200,000 API requests, 1 million API CDN requests, and 20 gigabytes of bandwidth. You're getting all of that for free. So it's unbelievable. Make sure you use that so you can just keep building as many projects as you want. Now here, I'm going to say Sanity init, just like this. Okay, we're going to create a new project. And what should we call this project, right? You can call it whatever you want. I'm going to call it Coinbase, final, or Coinbase Blockchain app. Let's call it that. And then I'm going to hit enter to just go through with the default settings that it shares with us. Okay. And then the project output path, let's just hit enter. You should be good. And then for what schema you want, just do clean project with no predefined schemas. That's the option that we want to get started with. Now the installation process is taking place. It's actually building your Studio folder with the Sanity files inside of it. As you can see on the left hand side here, all my files are now starting to show up, right? I can go inside of any of these I want, but the only one that's really that are really important is this schemas file right here. This is where you're going to build your schema, and that's where you're going to add your schema. So I'm simply going to go in here, and I'm going to essentially copy paste my schema in here. Okay, so let's go here. One thing I do need to do is, before I do any of that, is in my git ignore, I just want to go ahead and remove that slash. And what that'll do is it will ignore not only this node module, but this one as well, because I don't want to be tracking all of those node modules there. So here's my schema, and I just need to update the schema with how I want my my token schema to look. All right, we'll build our schema out here, and this is what it should look like. I have in my schema, what I want to have is title coins. The name for this will be coins, and then the type is, this will be a document. Everything inside of Sanity has this structure: title, name, type, title, name, type, and it's just going to be a repeating pattern that you're going to constantly keep seeing. Okay, so now for this document, we need to have fields. So the fields will contain a bunch of things. So the first field will be the name of the token. So what is that token? In this case, we're just giving it the title name. The name of it is going to be name, and the type is going to be string, because I'm going to store it as string. string format. The next thing I need to store it as is a symbol. Okay, so what's the symbol? So for example, you might have Ethereum. The name might be Ethereum, but the symbol will be ETH, right? ETH or ETH or whatever you guys want to call it. The next thing I'm going to need is my contract address. All right, so title is this, name is this. It's going to be type string as well. And then there's just two things I need after this. I need the price, so USD price. So for example, what's Ethereum's USD conversion, right? $3,300 as of today, $3,100 as of today. And what's Bitcoin's $41,600 something as of today? Okay, it might change depending on when you're watching the video. And then of course we want to have logo, but logo, the only thing that's different about logo is we want to store that as an image. This is your overall file. This is what it should be looking like. So make sure that you have something that looks exactly like this. And this will be your schema. Now, with this schema intact, we should actually be able to do something like a Sanity start. And pretty soon we'll be able to actually see this. So let's go ahead, hit Sanity start, and let's wait for it to compile. It's gonna whip up the Sanity backend / database. Okay, and why we're using Sanity, guys, is Sanity is just like the easiest database to use on the planet, yet it scales. Big companies are powered by it, like Figma, Sonos, and a lot of other big companies that run actually use it. And they're endorsed by Nike as well when I saw on their website. So that's why we're using Sanity, and it's like point and click, but it can be as scalable as you want it. All right, so now it's logging me in. I just logged in with my GitHub account, and you can see I have coins right here, right? And coins is empty, but based on that schema that we gave it, when I actually create a coin, watch what are the fields it's going to have. So look at this, name, symbol. Yeah, so like it's pretty fast right now. As soon as I called it symbols with 3 S's, you can see it just got updated in real time. So super fast how that works, and it's gonna update and again update in real time. So that's super fascinating. Contract address, my USD price, and since logo is an image, it automatically makes it an easy drag and drop your image in here. Okay, that's why that's working like that. Quick disclaimer, if you don't have Sanity.io yet, make sure you go and register for them. They have a free plan that you can use and add as many users as you want. So let me just quickly show you that real quick. So they got a couple of ways for you to get started on Sanity.io. You could hit get started, or you could hit log in, and then on here just hit create an account if you don't have an account yet, right? If you could see that at the bottom right there, hit create an account, and then when it create an account, just sign up with either Google, GitHub, or email. I use GitHub, so that's how I signed up. So you could just sign up with GitHub and then you should be good to go. And that's really all. So for now, until we get the images and the logos, what we're going to do is I'm just going to create Ethereum here. For example, we'll call it ETH, and the price conversion for this is, let's just say $3,100, or we can type in 1 ETH to USD, and that's the conversion that we get. So we can just go ahead and add that in just like this. Okay, I just like to kind of leave it like this. It makes it simpler, and then just hit publish. So this is one thing that we've just added to our database. And now I'm just going to add Bitcoin, BTC, and for the price, I'm just going to say that because I think that's what it is today. All right, so then we're going to scroll down, and at the bottom we have go ahead and double check that. All right, and then we see this green button right here, and I'm just going to hit publish on this. Okay. And then we can, just like this, we can also add Solana, and then for this, the symbol is going to be Sol, and for the price, we can actually look that up. So 1 Solana to USD is about $141. So I'm just going to carry that over and pop that in right there, and we're going to hit publish. So there's just 2 pieces of information that we need. One is contract address. This, we need to create our own Solana and our own Ethereum and our own Bitcoin. Okay, we're not going to be tapping into the existing ones, so don't let that confuse you. We're going to be creating our own coins on the test network. Okay, so we're not going to be using the real Ethereum, real Bitcoin, real Solana just yet. So that's what we're waiting on. The second thing we're waiting on is just the logos, which is just these images, and what we're going to get them shortly. And then once we get them, we'll be good to go. So one disclaimer I just want to say is this project does have a bunch of setup, more than pretty much any project that we've ever done. So just make sure you stick through that, because once you get it right, you're going to be in a good position to succeed. It just takes some time to set up, because we have to set up Metamask and Sanity and thirdweb, and there's a bunch of things we got to set up, but don't worry, we'll set all of them up together. Okay, so don't let that freak you out. We'll go through it together and set it up one thing at a time. All right, so we're really just going to complete the entire Sanity setup right before we move forward. So what we want to do is kind of at the global level, right? So like, let me just kind of back out of here for a second and I'll go back. Or actually, you know what? Let's have Sanity start running and let's have a third thing here. And what I want to essentially do is the following. I want to install, I'm going to do yarn add and we'll do sanity/client. Okay, we'll install this because we're going to need that because we want to be able to interact and use Sanity on the front end. So I'm going to install this package. And then there's one more package I need to install. And instead of installing that later, we're just going to go ahead and install that right now as well. So I'm going to do yarn add and we're going to do sanity/image URL. This will allow us to, like, when I fetch the image here, like the logo, that package will allow me to turn that logo into an actual image instead of just a reference. Because in the start, it just gives you a reference. All right, so now at the root level, what I want to do is I want to just do new folder. We're going to call it lib. And then inside of this lib folder, we're going to create a new file and I'm going to say sanity.js. Okay, and we're just going to do import sanity client from sanity client. And because this project is going to be pretty big, I want to kind of move through the setups and the front end processes quickly. So I might be like skipping past some of the code. Not that it's not going to show it. I'm not going to show it to you. I'm going to be moving past the front end part pretty quickly because I want to get to the more novel things like blockchain and then the back end part and spend more time on that. Okay, so just kind of letting you know that as we keep going through it. All right, so inside of this, I got my Sanity client. Now I'm going to just set that up and we're going to export const client and we're going to say Sanity client. Okay, and then we're going to give it a project ID. Now I need to go get the ID for this project. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our sanity.io/manage page, right? And on this page, I'm going to go to Coinbase Blockchain app and then there is my project ID. I'm just going to copy that over and we're going to paste that in. And then I'm going to say dataset is production. API version, you need to give it a specific one. Otherwise, sometimes it breaks or errors out. And then we're going to go ahead and give it a token here. So for the token, what we're going to do is inside of our manage, I'm going to go ahead to my API and I'm going to add API token, hit editor, and I'm just going to say Coinbase app. Just hit save. And then it's going to give me this token. I'm going to simply go ahead and paste that in right here. Got that token. And then we're just going to say at the end, use CDN, and I'm just going to set that to false. Okay, this will make sure that I'm always getting fresh data. Now in here in Core's origin, I want to go ahead and enable localhost 3000 so that my app actually works. And then once you deploy your app, you're going to need to add your deployed apps URL in here as well. That way your app is authorized. Okay, so that's what you want to do and to make sure that you have this. Another thing we're going to need are our assets. So let's make sure we go ahead and download them now. So I will have this Google Drive folder linked in the video in the description so you guys can go ahead and get access to it. So we're going to need code assets. All right, so I'm going to need this and I'm going to need this other one. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go ahead and I'm going to download this folder. So Sanity assets is going to be the first thing that I download, and then I need to download my code assets folder as well. Let's go ahead and download this as well. So now I have both of them downloaded. So now you can see code assets folder and Sanity assets folder. And the code assets folder we'll be using in a little bit, but Sanity assets is what we need right away. And for Sanity assets, all I'm going to be doing is I just need them for my Sanity. Okay, so I can go ahead and upload them on Sanity. So I'm just adding it here. I'm using this app called Yoink. It allows me to kind of just put a placeholder there. You don't need Yoink. Okay, but you just need access to those photos. And now I'm going to go to my coins, okay, on my localhost 3333/desk/coins. And I'm just going to upload the images. So for Solana, I'm going to upload the Solana image here. And once that's done, I'm just simply going to hit publish on that. So you can see the Solana image is now there. Now for Bitcoin, we're going to use the Bitcoin image and simply going to hit publish on that. And then we're going to go on Ethereum and use the ETH image. Okay, simply going to go and hit publish on that. And basically all of our images should be uploaded now. The code assets folder we're going to come back to later, but just remember where you've downloaded it for now. The next thing we need to set up is Metamask. All right, so now that we're on thirdweb, the first thing we need to do is make sure in our Metamask we have Rinkeby test network ready to go. That's the test network for Ethereum. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to hit my account icon, okay, in Coinbase Blockchain. I'm going to hit settings, go to advanced, and then we're just going to go ahead and turn show test networks. We're going to turn it on, okay, on. Now, when I hit X and I go back, and when I click here, you'll see that I see a bunch of stuff, including Rinkeby test network, okay? That's your Ethereum test network. So click that. I have 0 ETH currently. When you go into it, you should have 0 ETH as well. All right, we're gonna go ahead, click start here, and we're gonna click let's get started. Metamask, I'm going to connect my Metamask to it. It detects that I have 0 ETH. Let's hit continue. Let's hit the Rinkeby testnet, and let's do create first project. Now it's gonna say I have insufficient funds. So we're gonna go ahead and click the link to get the funds. This is me getting fake Ethereum, aka Ethereum, for my test network. I do not need link, so you can X that, okay? And I do need to put my account address, because it's asking, where do you want to receive that money? Where do you want to receive that Ethereum? So let's just paste that in. Let's hit I'm not a robot, and we're going to hit send request. So now we're waiting for confirmation. This should take about 10 to 20 seconds, or maybe even less. Wow, it just says request complete already. That was fast. Let's go, and boom, we have 0.1 ETH. Brilliant. All right, so now go back to thirdweb, because you should have a sufficient amount of ETH. So I'm going to hit refresh. Now it says I have 0.1 ETH. And I'm going to call this project Coinbase Clone or Coinbase Blockchain App. All right, let's hit create. It's saying something about gas fees. Hit confirm, authorize that. And then once we're in, that's when we start making our tokens, okay? And thirdweb makes it ridiculously easy to make your tokens and get everything set up for your project. It's really amazing kind of what they've done to the whole blockchain space. They really make this whole process super, super easy. So we're going to click add module, and I'm going to pick token here, okay, and hit setup module. And my first token, just call it Bitcoin. Okay, let's call it BTC. We could call it Bitcoin 2.0 as well if we want, just for fun. Okay, Bitcoin 2.0, you call it that, or you could just leave it as is. That's fine too. And let's hit deploy module. We don't need to upload the image here. We can just kind of leave it as is. That's fine. Let's hit confirm. So of course you have to pay a little bit to mint and create these. Like, you have to pay some gas fees to basically get these projects going. And pretty soon this is going to be done. We're going to repeat the process for Ethereum as well. Okay, so you see it just gave me a second notification, second transaction. I'm going to hit confirm it at that. And then I'm going to repeat this process. And next up, I'm going to create, let's just say Sol, and then I'm going to create ETH. Okay, so I'm going to do this process 3 separate times. So my first one is done. Just hit confirm configuration at the bottom. Go back to the project, and let's hit add module and repeat this process again. Hit token, go bottom, setup module. We're going to say Solana. And here we're going to say Sol. It's a deploy module. And then we're going to repeat that process. Okay, now Solana is done as well. We're going to hit confirm configuration, and we will go back to project. We will add module, and we will do one last token. Let's go here, Ethereum, and I will say ETH. This will be our created ETH. These are our tokens we're making. You can call it whatever you want. I could have called it CPT, like clever programmer tokens. Okay, you can call it whatever you want. These are your own tokens that you're making. Okay. Now we have Ethereum is done as well. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to give ourselves some tokens. Okay, so in Bitcoin, let's mint a couple of Bitcoin. Wouldn't it be nice if we had 7 Bitcoin? Okay, so let's give ourselves 7 Bitcoin, and let's confirm this transaction and the gas fees and everything that we might have to pay. So this will give us 7 Bitcoin, and in the start, all of these will be owned by us as well, aka you. In this case, and then we'll do the same process for Ethereum and Solana, and we'll mint, and we'll make sure that we own these. Okay, so let's go here. So like, for example, in Bitcoin, you can see 7 owned by you. Okay, let's go to Solana, and we will mint, and let's mint, so I have 50 Solana. We will do the same process with Ethereum once this is done. Okay, so Solana is done. Let's go to Ethereum and mint. And for Ethereum, I will say, let's say I have like 15 Ethereum. Okay, so let's just go through that, and then we'll be done. Now that I'm done with this, let's hit refresh to see how much Ethereum I have. Okay, let's go back actually and let's look at how much Solana I have. I have 50 Solana. Let's go to Ethereum. I have 50 Ethereum, and let's go to Bitcoin. I have 7 Bitcoin. So that's perfect. All these ones are done and they have real contract addresses. So if you go to rinkeby.etherscan.io and you paste that, you will see that this contract address actually exists. This is real. And there is a creator of this, right? So who's the creator of this? 0x3. And you can see I am the creator of this, 0x3 CD. So you know who the creator of this is, which is pretty freaking cool. You can see the contract creation, and then you can see that there was something else that happened here as well 3 minutes ago, which was minting, okay, through mint. That was the method. And the first method was just pure creation. That's this contract address, right? You could see probably for all of the ones that we've made, you'll find them. So here, this fake Solana that I just created, if I search it by the contract address, it should actually pull the fake Solana, right? And here it goes, creation, by who, how much, minted, everything. If I go inside here, I can see it says Rinkeby testnet transaction only, and I can see that tokens were transferred from here to my account, and there was about 50 Solana that I received. So in order to be able to get access to this inside of my Metamask, what I need to do is grab these contract addresses, and in my Metamask, I need to actually import these tokens. So hit import token, paste it, wait for it, and the BTC symbol should automatically pop up. And notice that I have 7 Bitcoin or 7 BTC. I can copy the Solana one and do the same process here. So I'm going to hit import tokens, paste, should say Sol and 50 Sol indeed. Copy this, import tokens, paste. So now I have Solana, ETH, and Bitcoin. Okay, and clearly you can see this is the ETH that we have created, right? This is separate from this ETH. Okay, this is our ETH. Now with all of that set up, we're ready to actually move forward and add this inside of our Sanity as well. Okay, so grab these contracts now, and inside of our Sanity, we're gonna paste these addresses. Okay, so let's go here and let's do this carefully so we get it right. So I'm gonna catch Bitcoin, and we'll add the Bitcoin address here and hit publish. We will capture Solana. We'll go to Solana here, paste that contract address, and we will wait for this to load and then hit publish. And then we will grab the Ethereum contract address. We'll go inside of Ethereum, paste the contract address, go down here and hit publish. So now our Sanity is fully updated. We got all the data that we needed to put in here, and we'll essentially go from here. One other thing I want to do, since I'm going to be moving this money around between 2 different accounts, let's open up our MetaMask right now, and let's go ahead and go to my second account that I created, which is called Receiver Coinbase 2. And let's go ahead and dismiss. And in this one, we're also going to start adding these tokens. Okay, so I'm going to paste this. This gives me the ETH. Okay, let's copy our Solana one. Let's go back in here and we'll import, we'll paste. This gives me the Sol. Okay, let's copy this and let's paste this. This will give us the BTC. So now we have 2 accounts that have these available. So Receiver Coinbase and Coinbase Blockchain. Coinbase Blockchain is the one that's connected to thirdweb. So let's go back to that one. This is our main one right now with everything in here. All right, now what we want to do, and this is the last part of the setup, I promise. Once you're done with this, okay, you're pretty much done with the entire setup, and I promise we're going to be getting to coding soon, okay? I know this is definitely the biggest setup we've had of all the apps we've ever built at Clever Programmer. Trust me, I get it, but once this setup is done, then it's going to be smooth sailing. Okay, so just hang in there with me. And last thing we want to do is let's go to our wallet. Let's go to your main account here. So for me, it's a Coinbase Blockchain one. And we're going to go ahead to account details, and we're going to export private key. Okay, I'm going to type in my password here. And there it is. It just gave me my private key for this account. Okay, so I'm going to copy this key right here. All right, copy. And I'm simply going to hit done. And then I'm going to create an end file. And let's just do next_public_metamask private key. Or we can just do metamask key and paste that. So that is the one. Okay, so this is my key. And I have it right here. Next, public MetaMask key, and we should be good. So in terms of the setup, now we're pretty much done, and now we're ready to start coding. I'm super excited. Let's jump right into it. All right, so the first thing we're gonna do is add authentication to our app. So let's go ahead and do that now. And this process is gonna be pretty straightforward, but let's just kind of walk through it together, okay? So I'm gonna go to my app.js, all right? And that's gonna be in pages_app.js. Is this file right here. Now, what I wanna do is I need to add in my third web, okay? So in order to do that, I actually will need to write this line here. And to make all of this work, I'll actually need to install all of these dependencies. So here, according to thirdweb's documentation, what I need to do is I need to actually install all of these here. So you can run this npm or this yarn one, all right? Either one works. So I'm simply going to copy that, paste that. We can install this. Let's add one more thing to this. So this has thirdweb React and thirdweb hooks. What I also want is the thirdweb SDK because we're going to need that later. So let's go ahead and just do it this way, thirdweb SDK, and hit enter. And now it's going ahead and installing this, okay? And just so you can kind of look at the line that I wrote up close, that's what that looks like. Okay, beautiful. So now once this installation is going to take place, we are ready to start using thirdweb. Now, the next thing I actually need to do is I need to basically add in the supported chains. So here's a little bit about chains, and you can see that for Rinkeby, the actual ID that we need is chain 4. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. The next thing I need to do is I need to actually wrap this inside of my thirdweb. So for example, I need to now close this with my thirdweb provider, just like that. Okay. And I need to wrap this in a return. So let's go here. Let's go there. I don't need the semicolon. And there we go. So effectively what I've done right now is I'm wrapping the entire app in a thirdweb login. So that means that, anything that I'm using here, and I don't need to do return here, by the way, I can get rid of that return just like this. So before on my app where I was like loading all the pages, now all of the pages are going to be wrapped with this authentication. So now globally, I'll be able to access this authentication, whether in my components or in my index.js or any other new pages that I actually make. So now that I've wrapped the entire app in authentication, what I need to do is update my index page. And for my index page, I'm going to keep it kind of simple, but we're just going to do a couple of things here. Okay. So I don't really need image and stuff like that. And I actually also don't need styles. I'm going to use a styled component. So let's go ahead and add that. So let's do yarn add styled components like this. Okay. And I'm going to hit enter. Again, you could do npm. That's fine. Simply going to zoom out here. Okay. So now I have styled components. Okay, so we're going to use styled components for this. I don't need next head here either. Styled components. Okay. And then the next thing that I really need is I need to make sure that my hooks, I have my thirdweb hooks, because that's what we're going to need in order to kind of provide that authentication. Okay. Outside of that, let's go to this return and get rid of everything inside of here for now. Okay, and I'll just leave it like a blank div, kind of like this. So if we were to go to our local host, this will kind of, have nothing on here as of now. Yep, if I write hello here, you will see that hello popping up right there. Okay, so it's here, but it's empty. All right, now the next thing I need to do is I'm going to say const address, and then I get the address and the connect wallet from the use web3. So this is the web3 or thirdweb hook that we have here. And this will give us the address and the connect wallet. And then I just need to basically create a simple page. So I'll show you what that looks like. And guys, we're going to go through the front end because again, I want to get through to the main app really soon. Okay, so we're going to go through it a little bit in a faster pace. All right, actually, let's do it like this, okay? So I'm going to simply do the following. So inside of this div, I'm going to add a button, Okay, and then for this button, we'll just say connect wallet. All right, connect wallet. And then I'm going to say here on click, connect wallet, and we're going to do injected. Okay, so let's give it a try and let's see what happens. So I'll hit connect wallet. So all I had to do was make sure that my other wallets were disconnected. So meaning like, you know, for example, one of my other wallets was connected to localhost 3000. So I simply went ahead into it and I just went to connected sites and removed localhost 3000, right? So now coming back into my Coinbase blockchain wallet, if I hit connect wallet, it pops up. So clearly it seems like that it is working. Okay. And now I can even add like a conditional that essentially checks whether this is working or not. Okay. So let's go ahead and build our styling now, and we will use that styling moving forward. Okay. So I'm going to have my wrapper here. All right. This entire thing is going to be in a wrapper. So let's do it this way and let's do that. Okay. So now since inside of my wrapper, you can see that it's kind of in the middle. So that's great. That's what we want. The next thing we're going to do is for wallet connect, we're going to give that a little bit styling. So let's go ahead and do that now. And for wallet connect, what I'm going to say is this here, we're going to go wallet connect. All right. And we're going to wrap this button in wallet connect. Now let's create some styling for this button that we just created. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And instead of regular button, I'm going to call this a button like this and like that. Okay, so now it looks like a nice button. Again, I'm not going to go too much into the CSS and styling because we have a bajillion videos where we're making front ends. So feel free to watch those on the YouTubes. But I'll explain just a tiny bit on the styling side, right? And that's, okay, color is blue, right? We have our font color on there, which is this black color that you're seeing right there. Font weight, and then the font size, right? And that's how we're getting the font size, and padding is how we're getting this padding. And then of course, border radius, which gives us those nice rounded corners. Okay, and then on hover, it turns into a pointer like that. Okay, so when I click, boom, it pops up right there. Okay, I'm not going to connect just yet. I'm just going to finish up the styling on this. All right, and the next thing we need to do is add details. And the details are just going to say right underneath that button, it's going to say you need to be on Chrome to be able to run this app. So the details are going to look a little bit like this. So right underneath this button, I'll add my details. Okay, so you can see you need Chrome to be able to run this app. So if I full screen this, right, notice how everything is nice and centralized. And when I go here, it's still nice and centralized, right? So the styling is, it's great. It's perfect. It's doing exactly what we needed to do. All right. And now what we need to do is create a conditional rendering, which once you're logged in, shows something else. And once you're not logged in, shows something else. So if you're not logged in, it should show you this. But when you are logged in, it should show you like the home page. Okay, so let's go ahead and kind of create that. So how am I going to say that is I'm going to say, hey, does the address exist? If the address exists, then I just want you to render H2 and I want you to just render the user's address for now. All right. And then if it doesn't exist, then here's what I want to happen. So I'm going to put these parentheses here. I'm going to take this, I'm going to take all of this code right there. Okay. And paste that in here. Okay. So if the address exists, then show me what the address actually is. Otherwise, show me this page. So clearly it's detecting that the address doesn't exist. That statement is false. So it's showing me this right here. So let's hit connect wallet. And now let's actually connect and let's see what happens. And boom, right when I connect it, I can see that it's actually showing me my wallet address. Okay. If I go inside here and I disconnect connected sites, localhost disconnect. Boom. You can see that it detects it. So it's working perfectly. All right, now what we need to do is we need to create a dashboard. All right, so inside of these pages here, I'm going to create a new file. I'm just going to call it dashboard.js. Okay, and then in dashboard, I'm just going to hit RAFCE, hit tab. So those are my snippets that just kind of autocomplete this. Okay, and now I have my dashboard. And all I'm going to say here is, I'm just going to, in this div here, I'm just going to say address. Let's destructure the address as a prop. And then let's go back to our index.js. And instead of this, I'm actually going to say render my dashboard component. All right. And I'm going to give it the address. All right. And make sure to import it from the top like this. Okay. So now it should render my dashboard component once I log in, hit next, continue. And there you go. My dashboard component is now being rendered. All right, I'm going to just disconnect this again. So connected sites, disconnect. Cool. All right, so now let's actually start working on our dashboard component and adding things to it. Actually, I think it's better in this case to connect and stay here. Cool. So now dashboard is going to have multiple things. Like if I actually look at the real one that we have right here, the dashboard has multiple things that we're looking at here, right? For example, we have this sidebar component. We have this header component. We have this portfolio chart component. And then we have this portfolio component at the bottom. Okay, and then we have some extra like earn some interest, blah, blah, blah on this side. Okay. So we can get started with multiple. We could get started with header or sidebar. I kind of usually like to start with the header. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with our header first. All right, so now that we want to build a header, let's create a components folder at the root level. So I'm going to say components like this. Inside of components, I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be called header.js. I'm going to go in here and we're going to autocomplete this. All right, and for my header file, I'm going to need a couple of stylings. Okay, so let's create our wrapper styling. We will create our title styling. Okay, and I'm going to have a buttons container. All right. Okay, and why is that? Well, because for title, right, I'm going to make assets look like this big assets. Right, and then for buttons container, I need to make sure that it's in a flex box, so it's in row and not columns. Okay, and then we're doing some calculations and stuff like that here, so it takes up, it's like responsive, and it takes up the right space. Okay, so let's go put that back. Cool. All right, and then we want to have our button, give it a styling as well. And then that's it. So these are the styled components that I want to essentially make for this. And now we just want to essentially write the code. Let's start off with our button just so you can kind of see what that looks like. Okay, so let's have our kind of buy and sell buttons. So let's do this. Okay, and let's make sure our header is actually showing up inside of our dashboard. So I'm going to go in my dashboard and we will say here, and we'll say header. So let's just say header for now. And let's see if it shows up. Okay, it's saying styled is not defined. So what I need to do is go in here and simply import that. So import styled from styled components. And if you ever see my autocomplete being really, really smart, that's simply because I'm using GitHub Copilot as an extension. So you can get that extension as well. Because you can see that my buy and sell button is here. But we, of course, want it to be in the header. So we'll keep working on that. Now, the other button that I will need is a send and receive button. Okay, so let's go ahead and paste that right there. Now it's complaining, of course, because it needs to be in a wrapper. So it needs to have a parent. So let's do this. So now you can see I have my send and receive, and I'm getting this like little bar right here because in my wrapper, I have that. This is the bordered bottom. If I remove this bordered bottom, you see it goes away. When I add it, it's back there. There we go. Okay, so the buy and sell, send and receive buttons are looking really, really nice. And now I need to actually build a buttons container and put them inside of the buttons container. So this buttons container will make sure that they're in flex. Okay, so let's go ahead and put that right there. And let's put the end right below both of these buttons like this. Okay, so now we have them in a flex box. All right, and then all I need to do is add title up here. Okay, so let's do title. And then inside of that title, I'm going to say assets. Boom, there you go. So you can see how nicely it does it. Right, it's automatically giving this a flex 1. That's why this is big and taking up for the title, right? Title has flex 1 here. That's why it's taking up the entire space. If from title, we take away the flex 1, you'll notice that they all kind of squish together like that, but that's not what we want, right? We need it to be all the way there. Perfect. So now our header is looking pretty good. All right, and let's keep on going. All right, so now all we need to do is really move this guy from here to the top, okay? And that's not gonna happen inside of header. That needs to happen inside of our dashboard, okay? So what I need to do now is basically create a wrapper and a container, okay? So that's what they're gonna look like. I got my wrapper right here, okay? This will wrap around the entire page and kind of give it some styling. We of course need to do import styled from styled components like this. Hit refresh so the error goes away. All right, and you can see already our page is looking all right. So sometimes a page acts up funny. What you need to do is just basically kill the server that you're running. So Control C. This is my Sanity Studio that I have running. This is my Next app that I have running. Okay, so just Control C, hit up and hit enter. So yarn dev or npm run dev. And then that should like fix it up. So now let's refresh. And now it's looking the way it needs to be. That's fine. And now we're basically going to add a wrapper around this, the one that we just created. Let's put that right there. So let's full screen this. So with the wrapper, you can see it's looking nice. Now all I need to do is put it in a main container. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll do main container. All right, and then let's go ahead and pop that right there. And boom, there you go. Now it's showing up exactly where it needs to show up, right at the top here. And so this is looking good. Now let's go ahead and work and add the sidebar on the left-hand side. But actually, before we add the sidebar, let's go ahead and actually add that table with all of the coins inside of it. I think that's a good one to add. I think it makes our app fun. To make this work, we're going to need to bring in our assets. Remember that I had you download earlier. So we're going to need access to both of these code assets. We're going to need our assets folder that has all of these tokens here. And then we're going to need access to static as well. So we're going to need both of these now. So let's go ahead and bring them in. Add folders to workspace. So actually remove those folders because it added it kind of in a funny way. So we're just going to create our own folder called assets. And in this assets folder, we're going to go ahead and just copy all of those. So I'm going to go into my downloads, code assets, and I'm just going to copy these. All right. And we're going to move that inside of our assets folder, just like that. And then we're going to create another folder, and this is going to be called static. All right. And then in static, we're going to do the similar thing and basically just move all of the static stuff in there. These are kind of the predefined things. So what's inside of these? Well, I'll show you, but essentially this is everything that's on the left-hand side. So essentially our sidebar items, meaning if I go to my app, it's this stuff here, right? So I have trade and pay and for you and learn and earn and notifications, things like that. So this is just like made already. All right, so you don't need to worry about it. All you need to worry about is how you're going to get these icons to come up, and that's pretty easy. All we need to do to make that happen is simply just install the packages that are needed. So the package that I clearly see we need here is this React icons package. So I'm going to go ahead and say yarn add, and I'm going to say React icons, just like that. So let's go ahead and install that. Okay, there's going to be a couple of other things we need to install, but we can go ahead and do that later. So this will give me all my icons. And so my nav bar on the left-hand side, is pretty close to ready to go because we have all the data. We'll make this one pretty soon. The thing that we want to work on now is this assets thing kind of here at the bottom. All right, so let's go ahead and get to work on that. And for that to work, you just need to make sure that you have all your images right here. With that said, let's get to work. Let's also take a look at what's inside of our static folder. So we have our nav items, right? This is everything that's going to be in our nav. And then the other thing we actually have is coins right here. So let's go to our coins. So inside of coins, right, all I'm doing here is we're importing all of our logos. So that's in our assets folder. So I'm just importing all of them. And then I'm just creating our coins. So this is just static data here. So I'm creating my coins, how much of these coins I have, what's the balance in there, and then I'm putting Bitcoin, Solana in there, Polygon in there, Ethereum, just saying what's the balance, right? And that's how they're getting populated here based on the balance and what's going on here. So balance, how many do I have? What's their USD value, for example? And what's the price of it? What's the price change? So this is just like the styling. And over here, what we're doing is just we're using data that we have hard coded. Okay, so that's why I'm just giving you these files and you can just kind of use them. So that's what coins is. Let's go ahead and build our portfolio components. We're going to go in here. I'm going to say portfolio.js. We'll make sure that we're importing this. All right. And then for this, I'm going to do a couple of things. So we're going to need, obviously we need a wrapper because everything is going to go inside of that. So let's create our wrapper. And then inside of our wrapper, we're going to have content that's going to kind of hold everything together nicely. All right. And then what I need is just a couple of things, actually. I'm going to need to style that portfolio table. And then the table that we create, we need to give it a certain styling. In this case, we just need to make sure that it has, we just need to make sure that it has good width. We are going to need to style the table row. All right, so basically, that's the whole table, but then the table row styling is what's needed as well, what each row will look like. And then we have the table item, of course. There's just a couple of things after that. So we got table item, and then we also want to make sure we have a divider. So you see that divider right there. We need access to that. All right, and then this is pretty much it as far as this is concerned. Now all we need to do is just have one for title as well, and that title is the one that says your assets on the right hand side here. Your assets. So that's the styling for that. So we got all this. Now let's build our portfolio table. So I'm going to go here and we will say portfolio table, just like this. And then inside of my portfolio table, we're going to need table item. So let's see if we created one for our table item. We haven't. So we're going to need our table item. All right. So I'm going to say table item. And then in here, I'm going to add my title, and that's going to be your assets, just like this. Now let's just make sure our portfolio component is showing up. So we're going to go to our dashboard.js. Okay. And actually, we're not going to add it to our dashboard. What we're going to do is we're going to create another component. It's going to be called main.js. Main.js will contain everything that's in the main. So we're going to add portfolio in there. So let's go ahead and do that. So first of all, I'm just going to do RAFCE. Perfect. And then inside of my main, I'm going to do what I just said, right? So first of all, we're just going to need to style a wrapper here for the main. So I'm going to add some styling here. And then inside of my main, I need to use my wrapper. And then inside of my wrapper, I'm going to add my portfolio that I've created. And then this can be a self-closing tag. There we go. Cool. Now let's go to our app, and we will add main to our home page, right? So our home page is our dashboard.js. So let's go to our dashboard.js file, which is in our pages. And inside of here, I'm going to add main right underneath the header, but still inside of the main container. So let's go main, and let's hit enter. So it auto completes it and auto imports it from here. It's complaining it doesn't know what styled is. So let's go in main and add that. So import style from styled components like this. And let's hit refresh. Let's go to portfolio. Portfolio probably doesn't have it either. So import styled from styled components. Perfect. And let's go ahead and also put this inside of a wrapper. So we're going to go ahead and, because we did create our wrapper styling, so let's put this all inside of a wrapper. And there we go. Okay, your assets is now kind of showing up, but the reason why it's not showing up is I'm not like adding in the rows that I need to add, right? So let's go ahead and add those rows. And so what we're going to do is let's put a divider here right underneath the table item. I'm going to say divider. And then under the divider, we're going to now build our table. Okay. Inside of this table, I'm going to have table item again. All right, let's close out our table item. And then inside of this table item, I'm going to have our table row like this. And then inside of this row, we're going to say the following. So we're just going to say name. This is going to be balance. This is going to be price. This is going to be allocation. You should start to see this on the right-hand side kind of pop up. Allocation. And then we will have the last one. But this last one will actually be just using, this last one will be doing the following. We're going to say BS 3 dots vertical and make this a self-closing tag. And we'll just need to import this. So just BS 3 dots vertical. So going to the top, and I'm just going to say import BS 3 dots vertical from React icon /BS. Okay, so there we go. We got the 3 dots showing up. But notice that all of this is like really close together. That's not what we want. We want it to have some separation in between them. So I'm just going to do that with flex. So we're going to say style. I'm going to say we'll give it a flex of 3. We'll give this a flex of 2. And then I'm going to repeat this process here for all of these. And this will have a flex of 1. This will have a flex of 1. And this will have a flex of 0. Okay. All right, so right underneath this table item now, let's go ahead and add in our divider. And then under this divider, I'm just going to make a div. And then here we'll actually now start showing our coins. So I'll do coins.map. And this coins is coming from static coins. All right, so it's being imported from there just like that. So in our coins.map, I'm going to now say for each coin that you get, do the following. Okay, so I'm simply going to return it. All right, and then here I'm going to say create a div. Okay, and then inside of this div, end it. Inside of this div, what I want you to do is create the coin and then give it a coin. So we'll go ahead and make this component. And then we're going to use a divider. Now, before we go ahead and make that component, let's just comment this out real quick. And let's just say h2, and we'll just give it the, can we try coin.name? So at the very least, now it's starting to show up in this kind of table. Of course, what we need to do is style this. So we're going to go ahead and create our coin component now. So let's go inside of components. We'll go like this, and we'll do coin.js. Okay. Inside of my coin component, now I want to make sure that it looks nice. So we're going to add all the things that make it look nice. All right. So first things first, let's import all the things we need. So I'm going to need my styled components. I'm going to need to have this vertical dots here. And then let's also use next image because it's highly optimized. It's way better than using the regular image tag. Now for the styling, let's go ahead and style this. So I'm going to create, of course, let's do RAFCE, and let's hit save. So we have our coin. We're exporting default. Let's go ahead and add in our wrapper. So our wrapper is going to have a bunch of styling to make sure that it looks nice. And then we have our name column. So we need to add styling for our name column, which is this one right there, right? The name. We will need to add styling for our coin icon as well. So let's do that. Boom, there we go. And then we will need some primary and secondary styling. Okay, cool. So what is this primary and secondary about? Well, if I go to the final app, you will see that this is primary text and this is secondary text, right? Cool. So we got our primary and our secondary. And now let's start building out our coin. So first things first, we of course need a wrapper like this. And then inside of our wrapper, we're going to have a div. Inside of that div, we will have another div. We'll give this a style of flex3 like this. And then inside of this div, I want to do a couple of things. So I want to have my name for the column. Okay. And then inside of this, I want to put my coin icon. And in here, I will have our image. We'll give it a source of coin.logo. And we'll give it an alt of coin.name. Great. Let's close it out. Perfect. And this coin will be getting and destructuring because we'll be passing in this coin from the coin component. So in the dashboard, you know, from the dashboard or from wherever we're creating this, we're going to be passing this information back. Cool. So coin.name. All right. And let's just pass our coin. Let's just see what happens so far. So let's go back to our portfolio and let's do this. Let's hit N and import coin. So now it should import coin from coin. And there we go. We're starting to actually see it show up, right? It's not looking perfect just yet, but it is starting to show up. So that's a great sign. Okay, cool. All right, let's go back to our coin component and let's keep building on top of our coin component. So we got our coin icon. Then the next thing we need to do is create another div. And then in here, I'm going to have a primary. And then we're going to have a secondary. Secondary, just like that. And inside of my primary, I'm going to put coin.name. And in my secondary, I'm going to put my coin.sign. There we go. So now it's starting to look a little bit nicer. We still have a couple of more things to add. So let's keep going. All right. Underneath this, we're going to create another div like so. And I'm going to give it a style of flex2. And then in here, I'm going to say primary. We're going to add this is going to be a $sign here, just because we're going to show the dollars right after it. Like this. Okay, so there we go. So now we can see all of this. Cool. That's the balance that, we're just saying we have in USD. And then the next thing I want to do right after this primary is we want to add a secondary right underneath it. So I'll say secondary, and we'll do coin.balance, coin, and then we're going to say coin.sign. So our table is starting to look really, really nice, and it's coming together. It's coming together pretty fast. So let's keep on going. The next thing we need right underneath here is I'm going to create another div, and we'll give it a flex 1. All right. And then in this div, I'm going to say primary. We're going to do the same thing. And except this time, I'm going to say price USD. There we go. Cool. Showing up nicely. So that's looking good. And now the next thing we need to do right underneath this primary, let's create another div, and we'll give it a style. We'll say color is coin change. So for some of them, it might be color red, right? Or color green. And then we'll basically say if the change is less than 0, then we're going to give it this red color. Otherwise, we're going to give it this green color like that. That's how we're going to style these. Cool. And then we're just going to go ahead and write. So we'll say coin.change. If it's greater than 0, then basically give me a plus sign. Okay. So you see, it's giving a plus sign only if the change is greater than 0. Some of them might not have a greater than 0 change. You can go and look in your, static coins file. So if you look for change here, change, right? -4%. That's why it doesn't have a plus sign here. But maybe let's look at Ethereum. And Ethereum has a positive change. So you can see Ethereum has a green plus sign right there. Great. Let's go back and pick up where we left off. And now I'm just going to say, show me the coin change. And then we'll put this percentage sign right next to it. Okay, just like that. Coin change is now showing up. And then what we need to do is let's go right here. Okay, and then we'll do style of flex 1. All right, and here I'm going to say coin.allocation. We'll do %. How much allocation of our budget do we have in this? Okay, and then close that div. And then we'll create a new div. This will have a style of flex 0. And I'm going to put my 3 vertical dots in there. Okay, just like that. Cool. Okay, so my table at this point, my coin icon is completed. All right, all my coins are showing up. If I were to add another coin, that would also show up fairly quickly, right? So if I go to my coins component, and let's just say that we copy, I don't know, this Ethereum from here, and I paste that right there, and we say, instead of Ethereum, it's called CP token, and it's CPT, and logo, yeah, let's just have it use the ETH logo. And for balance, we're going to say we have $300 worth, right? And then balance coin, let's say 7, 6. Price USD is 9. Change is 24%. Okay, so if I were to go and open it up, you can see the CPT token showing up at the bottom. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's refresh this. Let's remove this for now. Okay, and then go back to our app. There we go. Okay. So we just removed it. We don't need that one now. But you can see that our coin component is working, right? And even though it wasn't perfect, but it like showed it and it actually built it out. All right, now what we should do is before we fix everything and kind of add proper spacing here and everything, right? Like kind of how we have here, let's go ahead and work on our sidebar component because I just want to quickly whip up everything, then fix and optimize things, right? And then that way I just have the MVP going kind of as fast as possible. So let's start working on the sidebar now. So for the sidebar, we're going to do it in a similar way. I'm going to go inside of my components. We're going to create a new file. I'm going to call it side.js. We're going to hit RAFCE so it auto completes. Perfect. All right. Now inside of sidebar, let's go ahead and do the similar types of things that we were doing earlier. Okay. I'm going to add in my wrapper here. Okay. And we're going to basically add in the styling for the wrapper. So I got my height for it, how big I want the sidebar to be. I wanted to take up, pretty much my viewport height. I want to have a certain border right to create this like separation, right? So for example, right over here, you see that, all right? So creating that, and then I'm just calculating it to be, basically just to the side and not take up the whole thing, so to speak. Okay, cool. The next up, what I need to do is I need to give it a padding. So I'm going to give it that padding, and then I'm just simply going to close this off like this. Cool. All right. So we've got this. Now I'm going to create my logo container. All right. So inside of here, I'm just going to say margin 1.5. Okay. And then we're going to close this off. And after this, let's go ahead and give it a logo. Okay. Logo, we're going to give it a width, object fit, margin left. So now it's going to just make sure that the logos look nice. So these are these logos that we're talking about right here. Okay. And then let's go ahead and do nav's item container. Okay. And so basically this is going to make sure that when I'm hovering, so each one has a container right here, as you saw, right? And then when I hover over, it turns into a pointer right there. Cool. All right. And then for each nav item, I want a bunch of stuff to happen. So I want to have it get the styling and the border radius. So for example, when I hover over, you can see that there's a border radius around it. I don't know if you can notice that, but it's like pretty, let me zoom in here. You should be able to see it right there. See that border radius all the way right there, right? So that's that styling. Cool. Okay. And then the background color changes on hover, right? So this is what we want, that functionality right there. Okay, so that's why we added that line of code. And then for the nav icon, what I want to happen is when I hover over it, right, it has its own, the nav icon has its own styling. So for example, if you notice, it's slightly gray, there's a background, the border radius is to make the circle right there. So that's why we're doing it like that. Okay, and then we just make sure it's centralized. So place items. So display grid instead of display flex, instead of justify content or align items, we have place items, okay? Because we're using grid. Cool. All right, so that's as far as the styling is concerned. Now we need to go ahead and just create this. So I'm gonna go ahead and create my wrapper here. Okay, my wrapper is going to contain everything in there. Okay, and then let's just add in a logo for now. Okay, so we're gonna do logo container. And inside of this logo container, we'll have our logo. Okay, and then in this logo, I'm going to have my image, and it's going to be our Coinbase logo. Okay, and now for source, we might run into problems. So all we need to do is actually just import this from here. And let's go and get our sidebar now showing up. So let's go to in terms of showing the sidebar, let's go to our dashboard. Okay, I think let's add the sidebar there. So I'm going to go to my dashboard, and in here, right underneath the wrapper here, I'm going to add in my sidebar. So we'll do sidebar like this, save, and let's go to our app and let's see if it shows up. Okay, every time I fall for this, import styled from style components. Let's hit save. Let's refresh. Okay, construct image. Please use the new operator. Interesting. So what's the... Oh, because I'm not pulling the image, so we need to actually make sure we do that. Let's use the image right here from Next. And let's refresh again. Okay, so our sidebar is now right there. So that's perfect. It's able to get its own space. It's able to push the rest of this content out, right? So our sidebar is sort of working how we want it to be working. Okay, so that's a good sign. Zoom in here just a little bit. Okay, so we got our sidebar. Cool. Now what we need to do is we need to add more stuff into our sidebar. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so in our sidebar, I'm going to go, we'll create our nav items container. All right. And then I'm going to say, then we're going to loop through all of our nav items. Okay. So where am I going to get these nav items from? Well, I'm going to say import nav items from, it's from our static folder that we have. All right, there we go. Perfect. Can't resolve nav items. Let's check our static here. And we do have nav items right there. Oh, I misspelled static. Spell it correctly. Perfect. Great. All right, now the error makes sense, so that's totally fine. And we're going to map through here. So I'm going to say, I'm going to hit enter there. Okay, and let's go here, and I'm going to say nav items.map. And for each item, I want to do the following. I essentially want to create my nav item. Okay, and we can give it a key as well. So let's do this index, and I can say key can just be the index, and then we can give it an on click. So on click, what I want to happen, well, actually, let's give it an on click in a second. That will require us to add some state. Let's just do it without the state for now. So we got our nav item right there. And then I want to do nav icon. We'll give it a style, and for the style, I'm going to give it a color. Okay, and again, this is gonna require us to be a little bit dynamic. So let's leave this out for a second again, because this requires state again. All right, and then in here, I'm going to say item.icon like this. Okay, perfect. Let's hit refresh. Great. Great. So now our nav bar is showing up here, just like how we wanted. Okay, so that's a great sign. Now let's make sure we add the nav title as well. So right under the nav icon, what we want to do is add our title. Okay, so this is our nav icon right underneath here. Let's go nav title. Okay, and I'm going to say item.title. Okay, nav title is not defined. No worries. Let's just go ahead and define it, and we're going to make it empty. So I'm going to say nav title. Okay, and we're going to go style div empty, and let's go const. Okay. Now nav title should be defined. Perfect. There you go. So look at that. When I hover over, you get that effect. Right? Boom. We got that hover effect. Right? I got my table with all my assets right here. I got my header showing up at the top there. So the app is starting to look like how we want it to look like. Okay. So this is a really good sign. Let's go back and start adding, keep adding more things. So I'm going to add, the things on the side here. I think that's one of the things that we need to add. And then we need to add the portfolio thing. at the top right there. Okay, so let's go ahead and add those now. All right, so one thing we need to do to really make sure that this looks great is let's wrap this in content. Once we do that, this is gonna actually look a lot better. Okay, so let's go ahead. This content styling that we had made earlier, right? So let's go and go content here. All right, and then I'll go all the way down, and right there I'll add it to. And now if you look at this, this looks definitely a lot better than it did. All right, one more thing I want to do here is I don't like how these sidebars show up. It's kind of ugly. So, you know, and now there's like 4 sidebars, you know, scroll bars showing up. So what we're going to do is we're going to go inside of our main, and instead of making the overflow scroll, I'm going to make it hidden. So now the scroll bars for the table are gone, right? So they don't show up anywhere. So that's good. And then we'll try to see if we can make these scroll bars at the bottom disappear as well, actually, because that's not nice, right? When I go over, I can see the rest. Like, what the heck is that? So we're going to go to our dashboard.js, and then inside of our dashboard, I'm just going to the wrapper, I'm just going to add in overflow hidden. And now it looks squeaky clean. Everything looks great. That's the look that we are after. Now, before we work on any more like big front end stuff, you know, for example, there's a few things that we got to add. I want to start adding in some third web and Web3 stuff as well. So for example, up here, I want to say, you know, the wallet is connected and who it's connected to. So I want to add that to the app, just like how in our app right here, I can see wallet connected and it tells me the address. So let's go and work on that functionality real quick. So let's create some styling now. Let's go inside of our header.js, and we're going to start creating some styling for our buttons. So, or for our wallet. Okay, so our wallet link is going to have some styling. So let's go and give it some styling right there. And also, so this styling over here is, you know, this guy over here. We're basically styling that guy right there. We're going to give it a wallet link. Wallet link title is also going to have some styling. And that's that green color text that's going to say your wallet is connected. All right. And then we're going to get our wallet address. We don't need to give this a color, so let's remove that there. And then pretty much we are, you know, good to go. This is all our wallet related styling. Now, all we need to do is inside of our buttons container, we need to actually add our wallet. So let's go ahead and let's do wallet link. Inside of this, I'm going to go wallet link title, and I'm going to say wallet connected. Okay. And then right underneath here is where we're going to have our wallet address. All right. And our wallet address is basically going to be our wallet address, and I'm going to slice it. Just give me the first 7 letters. And then give me like 3 ... sort of situation here, and then give me the rest. So address.slice 35. There we go. Cool. So let's take a look if it's adding that. All right, so it's having trouble with wallet.address, and that might be because this is lowercase w. And this wallet address, we actually need to pass it through our props. So we're going to say wallet address, and we're also going to say connect wallet like this. So let's go back to our dashboard where we're giving the header. So our header, we're going to need to pass in the address to our header like so. Okay, let's go back to our header. All right, wallet address. So we can say wallet address just like this. Give it the address. It will destructure the wallet address and then use it. So let's refresh and let's see what happens. We're still getting an error. And that's because I have another uppercase W here. So this needs to be lowercase. So let's go ahead and do this. And let's refresh. And there we go. Our wallet connected is showing up here. And it shows us our first couple of strings. And then after that, it puts these 3 dots. And then it shows us the rest. Okay, that's pretty much what's happening here. Let's remove the space between the dots. I'll normalize it, make it look slightly better. There we go. And now these look similar. Okay, perfect. And it knows which wallet I'm connected to, right? You can see it's pulling that info right from there. Now let's see what happens if I log out. So let's go connected sites. Let's remove localhost and log out. I'm on the home page. We're going to hit connect wallet once it lets us. Let's kill our server and let's start our server again. There we go. All right, so it's asking to connect wallet. So let's say I connect and I choose my Coinbase blockchain one. Let's hit connect. And there you go, I'm in. So you can see that authentication is actually working just as expected, right? And it's pulling my wallet code right there. Now let's finish up our styling here real quick. So for example, when I choose it, we want it to turn blue. Just like this, how I choose this here, it turns blue and it stays blue. So for this, you're going to need to actually keep track of state. So let's go and update that real quick. And what we need to do is we need to keep track of state. So I'm going to paste this here. And basically what I'm saying is, hey, the active icon and set active icon. And then the default state is going to be whatever the initial title is. Because in the start, I want assets to be blue. That's essentially what it's saying. So make the 0th one blue. And then we need to import useState as well, actually, from React. So let's go ahead and do that. Now we are using useState. Now we actually need to start using this active icon and set active icon. So we have our nav item. Now on click, we need to do something to it. So let's go on click. And we're going to say set active icon to item.title. And then the one more thing that we need to pass is the style property to our nav icon. Okay. Just like this. So all I'm saying here is, hey, if the title is equal to the one that I just clicked, like the one that I clicked, if that's the active one, then just set it to blue. That's all. So click, 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 and it works. So active icon, when I click it, if that's equal to the one that's written right here, then make that blue. There we go. That's all that's required to make that happen. So just a few lines of code. So now our sidebar is perfectly completed. Our table is pretty darn good to go. And we have our wallet connected showing up. Looking really good. Now, all I need to kind of add here is, of course, we need to bring this chart in. And then on top of this chart, we also need to build these on the side here. So let's build these on the side here real quick and get these up and running. So those are just promos, right? That's all they are. So let's go ahead and bring those promos in. So I'm going to create a component here. It's going to be called promos.js. And then in my promos.js, I'm going to have I'm going to do RAFCE, complete that. And then here, I'm going to add in my styling. All right, so we're going to add in our wrapper. We're going to give it some margin from the top and some padding right. We're going to have how our offer card looks. So that's the styling for that. This title will be where it says yield earned. That's going to be the title. And then we need to have our style or description. So that's just a font size. We got our placeholder, give it a flex 1. And then this is going to be our additional. Perfect. Okay. Cool. All right, so this is like anything, I guess, kind of at the bottom, additional there, okay? Cool. So we're good with this. Now all we need to do is actually just put this together. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and go here and say wrapper. All right, and then inside of my wrapper, I'm going to have my offer card. And then in here, I'll have my title. So it'll be say yield earned. So this is my offer card 1. And then we'll have our offer card 2. And this will say learn and earned, just like that. So we have our 2 cards. Now we need to make sure that these promos show up. So where do we want these promos to show up? We probably want them to show up in main. So let's go back to main. And right underneath this portfolio, I'm going to add this here. Promos is not defined, so make sure you import it like this. Let's hit refresh. And styled is not defined, which is the same freaking problem I fall for every single time. So let's go ahead and add that in. So I'm going to say import styled from styled components, just like that. All right. So now it should bring it in. Perfect. Our cards are showing up, looking exactly like expected. And now all we need to do is just finish them up. We need to just finish up the styling inside of them and adding stuff to it. Okay, cool. So here's what I need to do. I need to give it a description. All right, and that could be earn and unearn up to 2.84% APY on your crypto, right? Annual percentage, whatever, interest or whatever, right? Description. We're going to have a placeholder right underneath that. That's just to kind of give it some extra spacing and things like that. And then I'm going to give it an additional one. So that's going to be, you'll see. So let's show you because that'll look better. There we go. So this is our additional right here, 2.84% showing up right there, right here. Boom. And then the span tag knows how to style it inside of the span tag. So if I go inside of our additional component, you can see for the span tag, we're saying, hey, style it like this. Override the color, make it gray, and then font size that. Beautiful. Perfect. And then we need to fill out our learn and earn part. So we're going to go ahead and fill that out now. Earn up to. Okay. Same thing, placeholder, and then verify identity. And we're giving it special blue. And so when we go look, there we go. So now on our local host, you can see this looks super solid. All right, now let's add in the balance chart. That chart goes right here. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to give you in a downloadable asset the chart so you don't have to kind of copy the file, but it's all hard-coded data. And we'll go ahead and build it. So you'll be able to write it out. And you can also just kind of download this file. Okay, so it's going to be called balancechart.js. Okay, it's going to be a component like this. And then inside of here, we're going to do a couple of things. So we're going to need to install this library right here. So let's go ahead and install it. So I'm going to say yarn add, and we're going to do React chart JS -2. All right. And then we need to start building our chart. So our chart is going to have lots of things. So we're going to create this variable here called const data. All right. That's going to hold our chart. And let's actually build our component first. Now, I don't need to import React from React. It's not necessary. It's like optional. You don't really need to do that. So this is our balance chart. Let's build our wrapper, which in this case is just going to be empty. And then I'm going to put my wrapper right there. Let's end the wrapper here like so. Oh, all right. And then inside of this wrapper, I'm going to add a line. And that line is the line that you see in our completed app right here. You see this app, this line right there. So we're just kind of hard coding that line. Again, you can add it in. That's an extra challenge for you. But remember that then it's just going to make this app all front-end based and we'll never get to the back-end part, right? So some of this is just for kind of making the app look great. So let's add that line. And then all we need to do is just create a data that will hold everything. So I'm going to do const data here. All right. And then in this data, I'm going to have two things. I'm going to have labels. And let's just leave that as an empty array. And then we're going to have data sets. And that's going to be an empty array. All right. So these are the two things that my data needs. For my labels, I'm going to have multiple labels. So kind of like a bunch of my months here. So April, May, June, July. And then for my data sets, I'm going to give it this object right here. So fill is false, line tension, background color. This is just to style that line. What its point radius should be, point hit radius, all of that. And then you just plop in just some dummy data in there. That's it. That creates our balance chart. And then all we need to do is actually go ahead and use that balance chart. So we're going to go ahead in our portfolio. And inside of our portfolio, I'm going to import this. We're going to say import balance chart from balance chart. And can't resolve chart.js. So just had to kill the server and restart it. So that's all I did here. Kill the server, restarted it. All right here. And looks like it is good to go. So I imported it now. Now we just have to use it. So all we need to do here is right under where I'm showing, let's see, where's a good place to add it? For now, let's just add it right above the portfolio table. So I'll go right above the portfolio table and we'll add it right there. Let's see if it works for us. So it's having errors here. So let's go back to our balance chart. And that's because we need to destructure here. So we're going to destructure data and destructure options. We just need to actually create options. That's all we need to do. So let's go right here, right underneath this. And we're going to do const options. And then we're going to say plugins, legend, and then we're going to say display false. Just like that. And now options is defined. All right, so now one magical thing we have to do here is just go import chart from chart.js/auto. And even though we're not using it in our code, it actually gets rid of that error we were having. And ta-da, there's our chart. Okay, beautiful. So now we're getting our chart and we need to add a couple of things there. So we're going to go inside of our portfolio and we just need to create a couple more things. So for example, we need to create a chart styling. So I'm going to go right here underneath content and we need to create and style our chart. Put a border around it. That's what one thing. So this will put a border around it like this, like a square. Kind of like how there's one around the data table, the assets table. The next thing we need to do is we're just going to make one for balance. This is not really going to have any styling. We're going to have the balance title and give it a specific color. We're going to have a balance value as well. So those are the stylings we need to create for this. And now let's get to work on building these. All right. So in the content, I'm going to have chart. All right. Inside of that chart, I'm going to have a div. And in here, I'm going to have my balance. And inside of here, we'll have our balance title. And I'm going to say portfolio balance. And then we're going to have our balance value. And we're going to give it a $sign here. And then, of course, we're going to pull this from our wallet. So we're going to say to locale string. And we'll make this in a second. For now, let's just put a random number like 46,000 for now. So you can see it's showing, the portfolio balance is showing up right there. That's kind of the look that we're after. And let's take our balance chart and put it inside of our chart. So like this. There we go. Look at that. How nice that's looking, right? There we go. So our front end here is pretty much done. So one bug I noticed here already is when I try to scroll up and down, right? As I'm trying to scroll up and down, it's not moving anywhere. I'm stuck. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside of my main.js, and in my main, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do overflow y scroll. So allow scrolling on the y axis. So here I can see it, but that still looks ugly and I don't want to see the scroll bar. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say WebKit scroll bar like that with the double dots in the start. And I'm going to say display none. And now let's see. So see, I can actually scroll up and down, but there's no scroll bar. So that's kind of the look that we're after, right? So that's exactly perfect. Great. If I look at my chart here, when I hover over, look at that nice little 59, 80, 81, right? It shows it super nice. You can see the dips. And if you want to customize this, feel free to go ahead and customize it, make it however you want. And we're now starting to get pretty close to all the amazing blockchain and JavaScript parts. So get ready for that, because that's about to start. And the Sanity, and we're about to mix it all together. This was a lot of the front end we're building. So we're getting into it. Just stay with me. All right, now let's go to our Sanity and get because what we want to do is we want to get the entire balance that we have here. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull everything that we have in Sanity inside of our Sanity database. All right, and I'm going to pull that, and I'm going to pull, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to look that up in thirdweb to see exactly, for each of those tokens, how much money do I have for each of those tokens. So for example, Sanity, gives me, okay, here's a Bitcoin. Well, then I look that up in thirdweb and I go, how much do I have in Bitcoin? thirdweb tells me, hey, you have 3 Bitcoin. Okay, cool. Then I add a 3. Then I go back to Sanity and I go, what's another token I have? It goes, you have ETH. And it goes, and then I go to thirdweb and I go, how much of ETH do I have? And it goes, you have 4 ETH. So then I go 3 plus 4. Then I do that process again. I go, Sanity, what's the next token? I have Solana. Okay, great. Sanity goes and asks, then we go and ask thirdweb, hey, how much Sol do I have? And thirdweb tells us in our wallet, there's 150 Sol. Okay, great. So then this is what we have, right? Once we're done with this loop and iterating like that, we go, all right, we have, a total of X amount. And this is not, we're not going to just store this because it's not in the same denomination. So what we want to do is we will multiply this by USD. It's a dollar value. We'll multiply this by its corresponding USD and this by its corresponding USD conversion, right? So for example, for Sol, it's $136. So 150 multiplied by 136. 4 multiplied by $3,100 because ETH. 3 multiplied by $41,000, 3 Bitcoin. And then that equals is one big number. So let's just say that's, I don't know, $160,000. I'm just making that up. How much is 150 times, let's see, 130? So our Sol is worth about 20 grand. I'm just doing this random math. This is 40 times 3, so that's 120K Bitcoin. And then 4 times 3,100 is 12K. Right, so all of this combined should be 120 plus 20 is 140, 140 plus 12 is about 152. All right, so we want that balance to be updated like that. That's essentially how we want to figure that out. So that's where we're going to have Sanity and thirdweb communicate with each other back and forth. So let's go to Sanity. All right, and what I'm going to do is I need to create a query. So I'm going to click Vision. All right, so let's go inside of our Vision. And Vision will allow us to create a nice query. And this is what this query looks like. So I wrote this here, but we can also write it from scratch. So let's delete this. And I'll kind of have you walk through this together with me. Let's zoom in a little bit here so it's easier to read. But we're using this language called GROQ, and that's what's going to allow us to create this query. So I'm just going to say, give me where type is coins. And then in there, just give me the name. So let's say I hit fetch, and you will see that it just gave me back all of my coins and all of their names. Okay, cool. It's kind of like GraphQL. That's how you write GraphQL, a little bit similar to this. Also give me the USD price. Let's make sure to put commas there because otherwise it'll choke. So put commas. Now it's giving me the name of each and the USD price of each. Perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for. Well, give me the contract address while you're at it, because that's going to be necessary. Cool. So I got my contract address now. Give me the symbol and the logo as well. All right. So now I have the logo image, which is this URL. I got my contract address. I got that it's Ethereum, the symbol that it's ETH, and USD price. And it's doing that, giving it to me for all of them. So I get back a result of 3, right? And it's an array of objects. So very simple, logical API, kind of how all APIs are, right? Now, what's important is for me to understand that all of this is just done in my UI or in my URL. So if now all I got to do is just copy this URL, and if I paste that URL and hit enter, boom, look at that. I get all my data back in 24 milliseconds. So it's freaking fast, right? This is quick. Hit it, enter. And now I got it back in 22 seconds. Now I got it in 17 milliseconds. Now 13 milliseconds. So you can see that it's caching it and it's just making it faster and faster each time that I get it. So that is all I need. It's this URL. So let's go ahead back to our app. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to create a use effect hook. And so I'm going to create my use effect hook. Let's import it. All right. And the dependency for this one is going to be an empty array. So just nothing. And I'm going to basically say this. This is going to be an async function. And here's what we're going to do. So we'll do a try catch here. So I'm just going to say const coins, and we'll await fetch. So double quote it just because there's a single quote inside of it. Perfect. And of course we need a catch. So I wrote my try, and let's just do my catch. And we'll just say catch error, right? And we'll just do console.log error like that. And then once I fetch this, all I need to do is go temp sanity token. So these are our sanity tokens that we're getting. And I'm going to do await coins.json. And once I have that, then I just update my state. So let's create a state variable that's going to keep track of all of this. So we're going to say const sanity tokens, set sanity tokens. And I'm simply going to do use state. And we'll start it off with an empty array. Use state is not defined. So all good. At the top, we will import use state. All right. And now that we got this, we just need to update the state. So I'm just going to say set sanity tokens to temp sanity tokens dot result. You know why? Because we know that when we run this query, we have this array and it's called result. All right. So that's how we will get access to it, by doing result. Let's zoom out a little bit. Cool. And you know what? While we're here, let's console log temp sanity tokens so we can take a look at it. And I will hit inspect. We'll hit console. And all we need to do is just run it. So we will go here and we'll say get coins. And make sure to do a return so it unsubscribes. Cool. Let's hit refresh. There we go. Look at that. Result. Boom. We even know exactly what the query was, and we got our result back. Okay, so if I hide myself here, you can see our result is right there. And I can see each of these contract addresses, right? Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana. So that was actually incredibly easy to use. So that's freaking cool. Sanity is cool as hell. That was really freaking cool. It's really easy. I mean, what database do you know that's that easy to use? That literally turns into, I mean, all we did was just an API request, right? And so easy. And that API is deployed online. So even if we had our studio off here, that should technically still work. And it did, because I just tried it. I tried turning the studio off here. I shut down that server and I refreshed and it still worked. So even without the studio running, it works. So it's freaking great. Awesome. So now that we're getting our sanity tokens, and before we continue further, let's just make sure we have one more thing installed that we're going to need, which is going to be Ether. So let's just do yarn add ethers. This is going to be an important package that we need. Let's just make sure that we're spelling it right. That's right. And hit enter. This is going to make sure that we're good to go in terms of the next steps that we're going to be doing. Now let's import ethers at the top here. So we're going to do import. And I'm going to say ethers. We'll do from ethers like this. And then also let's import thirdweb SDK. So I'm going to say thirdweb SDK from thirdweb SDK, just like that, because we're going to need all of these now. All right, now that we have thirdweb SDK and ethers kind of added to this, now what we're going to do is let's create the thirdweb SDK. And this is how we'll do it. So let's go all the way to the top here and we'll just initialize it right here. That's like our very first thing to just create our thirdweb SDK. Now, this key over here, we just want to say Metamask here. Let's go to our end file. And what did we call it? Yes, we did. Okay, perfect. So this creates our SDK that we can then use at any time. Okay, perfect. And this URL here is going to be important. Just so you know where I got this URL from, go to your MetaMask, click this button right here, go into settings. Inside of your settings, go all the way down to networks, go to Rinkeby test network, click that arrow, and it will show you here. You can see the chain ID is 4. Right? And here's our ether scan. And also it will show you your RPC URL that you need. So take that URL, paste that bad boy right there. That's what you need to make this happen. Cool. So we got this SDK up and running. That's good. Now what we need to do is let's go ahead and update this. Ignore that real quick. Okay, cool. Now all we need to do is make sure once we get it, we look this up inside of our sanity tokens and we update it accordingly. All right, let's clean up this function quite a bit. So here's what we're going to do. We need, so sanity tokens, there's just two things that we need to do. We need to get sanity tokens, and then we need to get thirdweb tokens. That's all we need to do. So we need to keep track of this state. So we're going to say const, and we'll say thirdweb tokens, and then we'll say set thirdweb tokens, and we'll do use state just like this. Okay, great. Now that we have this happening here, all we need to do is clean this part up a little bit. So I'm going to rename my function, and I'm going to call it get sanity and thirdweb tokens, because that's really what this is doing. I'm going to rename it here at the bottom as well. And I'm going to clean it up a lot. So I'm going to get rid of this console log here. I'm going to get rid of this catch here. I'm going to get rid of this try here. Let's keep on trying to clean it up. This dot result, let's do the following. I'm going to wrap this like this and just put a dot result there. And as a matter of fact, I can just call this sanity tokens because of the scope. All right, so this sanity tokens will not be this sanity tokens because it's out of the scope. So let's just use that there. Okay, so that variable is fine. So now that we have set sanity tokens, now all I need to do is actually set my thirdweb token. So here's what I need to do. I'm going to do sanity tokens.map. And all I'll do, just so you can see it as well, is we'll just do token.contract address. So you can see what this gets us. And you can see that each of the tokens contract address, I'm actually getting right here at the bottom right, as you can see. So what I need to do is if I feed that to the SDK, right? So if I do SDK.get token module, so the thirdweb SDK, you'll see that it'll help me actually get the token from thirdweb right there. So now instead of console logging it, all I really need to do is return this as an array. All right. And all I need to do here is set thirdweb tokens and wrap that in and save it. So that's it. So this is returning an array. All right. And in a second, you'll see exactly what that looks like. So let's just add our console log statements here. One is going to show me sanity tokens. One is going to show me thirdweb tokens. Thirdweb tokens right there should be being used. All right. So let's copy that. Let's paste that here. Just needed to have a capital W right there. And at the bottom right, you can actually see these values showing up. So if I hide myself here, you can see that I have sanity, and it shows me clearly that I got 3 things from sanity, 3 tokens and contract addresses, one for Ethereum, one for Bitcoin, one for Solana. And then inside of thirdweb here, you can see it's showing me 3 token modules, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what we were after. All right, so what we should do is, because we'll need access to these tokens kind of throughout the entire app, let's lift our state up. So instead of portfolio, we're going to lift this up and move all of this to dashboard. So let's go ahead and copy this. Let's go to dashboard, paste that right there. And we'll also copy this entire use effect hook with these console log statements, and we'll paste them right here. And then we will copy our, basically cut, actually you can cut all of this and paste that here and cut your SDK, go back, paste your SDK right there. And we don't need any of this in our portfolio. Our portfolio can stay clean just like this. Now it's complaining that use state is not defined. So let's go to our dashboard. And we'll need to define use state and use effect. So let's go up at the top here and we'll say use state. And then we'll also do use effect like this. And let's refresh and hopefully it works. And there we go. And we're still getting our sanity and thirdweb information all the way at the bottom. I'll hide myself so you can see it. Perfect. That's exactly what we're after. So that looks great. Let's keep on rocking and rolling. That's all we needed here. Now we need to just pass this information down. So our header is going to need it and our main is going to need this. So for a header, we're already giving it the wallet address. Let's give it our sanity tokens as well. Sanity tokens. And then let's go ahead and give it our thirdweb tokens like so. Thirdweb tokens. And then let's go ahead and repeat this process for main. So main gets these things and header gets these things. So now those components have access to all this data. Now while we're inside of portfolio, let's just go ahead and destructure this. So I'm going to say thirdweb tokens. We will need our sanity tokens and we will need our wallet address. Right now, let's just console log all of these things to see if we're actually getting them. Sanity. Let's go here. Sanity tokens. And we will say wallet address. And let's make sure we're getting it. So I'm going to just put a gun emoji right there and see if we're getting this. So currently, it's sending it to us as undefined, but we're going to fix this soon. All right, so the reason why our portfolio doesn't have access to it yet is because only main and header have access to it. So we have to go find where our portfolio is. Let's go to our main. And from our main, what we need to do is we need to destructure those. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this from my portfolio here. All right, let's go to main, paste that there. Cool. And let's go to my dashboard and I'll copy all three of these. Let's go back to main and paste these right here. So that's how that's going to get access to it. Here you go, wallet address. Cool. Now it looks like our portfolio is doing the thing. So our portfolio is now sharing with us that thirdweb tokens. Boom, right there. And we'll go to dashboard and we'll comment out these lines here just to make sure that it's coming from portfolio. And it is, as you can see, it's coming from portfolio. Okay, the gun emoji should show you that. Let me hide myself here. You can see the gun emoji. Boom. You can see the token modules coming from right here. So it looks like things are connected. We're passing the data back and forth. And, you know, kind of if you could see it at a hierarchical level, right? Dashboard, we kind of have right here, dashboard. And then we have our child components, right? So here we have our other component, which is this component right here, I guess would be our main component, right? Main.js. And then after this one, we have, draw this out. So we have our portfolio. So this is why we have to do prompt drilling and we have to pass the thirdweb token from dashboard to main component, right? And so basically it looks like this. It's like we have our tokens. We got to pass them from here and then we got to pass the tokens from main over to portfolio. So it has this like detour, multiple steps, but it ultimately ends up getting down to portfolio. That's the hierarchy we're looking at. Okay, cool. So now that we're getting access to this, let's check it out, right? Let's go to main. So one thing that thirdweb tokens have is this balance of method. So for example, I can do thirdweb tokens, right? I can see all my tokens here. And so for each of these tokens, I have this secret method that it's not showing here, but it's the balance of. And once we call that, that allows us to kind of check what's the balance of, you know, let's say Ethereum that we actually have in our wallet. So what I can do is the following. We can do thirdweb tokens, and let's get the 0th token, because in this case, I believe that's Ethereum. I could be wrong, but in any case, let's go ahead and check on thirdweb. 0xE9, whatever. Yeah, this is the Ethereum one that we're getting. So let's go back here, 0xE9. Yep. So 0. And we can do things like .balance of, and then I can put in my wallet address. What this does is actually returns a promise. So if I actually show you, this returns a promise. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do .then. Once you get this, then grab the balance and let's just console log the balance. There we go. So you can see it's showing me that I'm getting Ethereum and it's showing me exactly what the value is and what I have. Display value is 15. So what the 15 means is that it's saying that I have 15 ETH is what it's saying that I have. So let's look inside and let's see. And yes, indeed, you can actually verify that I have 15 ETH. So it's actually pulling that value correctly. So let's go back. And so what we want to do is we want to pull the display value. So I'm going to go here and do .display value, just like this. Perfect. So I'm getting 15 right there. Now I need this to be an integer, so I can actually parse it as an int. I mean, I could be 15.0, so that could be useful, but I could just have it be an int as well, and either one should work. So what I can do is if I want to preserve the decimal nature is I could just do number, That way, it just puts it in a number instead of an integer. And you can see that I get back a number here. And then what I need to do is, well, if I want to update this guy right here, right, I need to be able to go through each of the currencies and repeat that process and add up the total. So for example, I need to convert all of these into USD. So convert all of my money into USD. Okay, or convert all of my tokens into a corresponding USD value. So for example, for ETH, what I would need to do is return this, right? And essentially just get back a number. That's what I would need to do. And what I mean by a number is I would need to take this number and multiply this actually by the ETH multiplier, which would be multiplied by, once I get the number, I can multiply that by 3,100, right? And you get $46,000. So that makes sense, right? If I take 15 ETH, multiply by 3,100, I get $46,000. And if I hide myself here, you can see the $6,000 showing up at the bottom right there. Okay, perfect. Now, all we need to do is repeat this process, right, for the second token. So in this case, it'd be the token 1. And this would be, let's say, my, Bitcoin. And Bitcoin's value would be 41,642, right? So there it says I have $291,000 in Bitcoin. Let's double check that that actually is Bitcoin and is not something else. 7 Bitcoin multiplied by 41,000 is about 287,000. So it looks like we're getting the right number of 291,000 right there. And then if we were to get the last token, which would be Solana, well, that's valued at $136. So that should give you back $6,800. And let's see how much of Solana that we have on deck. We have about 50 Solana. So 50 Sol multiplied by $136, $6,800. So, not much, but it's something. So all we need to do now is every single time we see it, we just need to increment it. So one thing I do want to do before we continue is the following. And what I want to do is I want to create a price, your crypto price to a USD conversion like lookup table. So let's go ahead and make that. So I'm going to say const token to USD like this. All right. And then I'm simply going to say for token of Sanity tokens. All right, this is like a modern for loop, so use this one instead of .for each. And we will simply say token to USD, and then we'll do token.contract address, and then we'll do token to USD price. Okay, and wrap it in number. That way you get a number back at the end of the day. Ignore the part below this. We'll walk through that together. And now let's console log this just so you can see that. So we'll do token to USD. So this is your lookup table that you're going to get. And to solve this error, all you need to do is just say const here for const token of Sanity tokens. And you can see I have my lookup table right here. This lookup table, I know it looks confusing and weird, but this is really just saying, okay, for the Bitcoin contract address, this is the USD price of it. For the Solana, this is the USD price of it. For Ethereum, this is the USD price of it. So that's all that lookup table is doing. We will use this lookup table later in order to do our price conversions and be able to multiply what, like if we get 7 Ethereum, right, we need to multiply it not by a hard-coded 136, but $3,100. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to essentially total up all of the money, right? Exactly like we've talked about. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new function. We're going to call it calculate total balance. All right, and this is what it will be. And then in calculate balance, I will say total is equal to 0. We are going to do for, and let's do const token of third web tokens. So use this for of loop. This is a modern way of doing it, and this is better most of the times than for each. So wherever you want to use for each, use for of. And it's going to be pretty simple. All right, so we're going to make it pretty simple. All we're going to say is we're going to say const balance is equal to, and we will get the tokens balance of using our wallet address. We need to put await because it's an asynchronous task. We're going to make our function async like this. And then we're going to say just increment total by whatever that display value is that we get. And then what we want to do is with that display value is call the method number on it, because we get it as a string. So we need to turn it into an actual number, and then simply multiply that right here by token to USD. All right. And we're just going to give it the address, and this will look up our table that we've created. So for example, if I show you console.table and we do token to USD, you can see our table right here. Right, there's our table. Those are all the values that our table has. Right, so it's the contract address being mapped, like I've talked about earlier. And now let's just call it. So let's return total. And now let's do calculate total balance. And up here we'll do console log total like this. And let's see what we get. And boom, right there, $345,000, which makes total sense, because if you take 7 Bitcoin, that's about $291,000. And then I had 15 Ethereum, which is going to be $40,000. And then I had $6,800 of Solana. If you add that all up, that portfolio balance makes complete sense. All we need to do is just carry around that number inside of our, in a state. And that way we have access to it. So I'm just going to say const. Okay, we'll go here. We're going to say const wallet balance, set wallet balance. We'll start it at 0. And then here, instead of returning, I'm just going to do set to total like that. And honestly, I don't even need to return here in this case. And now all we need to do is actually call this function at some point. So we want to make sure that we use our useEffect hook here. So we can do it up there or down here. We'll say useEffect. Let's do it like this. And we'll bring this, put it inside of the useEffect here, and then we'll just call it. So I'll say calculate total balance, just like that, and we'll say return. And let's just make sure that our console log works. So I'll do console log, and we'll do total balance is total, and we'll refresh. And let's see if we actually get what we're looking for. Okay, total balance says 0, so let's see what the heck is going on there. So this regular looking loop does not work inside of useEffect properly. So we're going to need to change that with something a little bit more advanced. So I'm going to completely remove this, and we're going to start from the start. So I'm going to say const calculate total balance async. Yeah, we're going to do our usual async. And then inside of here, I'm actually going to do the following. So I'm going to say total balance, and this will await, and this will be a promise.all. And I'm going to do thirdweb tokens, and I'm going to do a map on this. We're going to do async, and for every token, I want you to do the following. Get me the balance from that token based on the wallet address of the current user. And then what I want you to do is return the balance display value. And we're going to multiply. And one thing we want to do is we want to wrap this into number. So it is a number at the end of the day. kind of like this. And why it's wrapped in a promise.all is because this here will return an array of promises, and then promise.all, await promise.all will resolve all those promises. And what's nice about this way of writing it is that it's very performant, and it will run it will essentially run in parallel. It'll execute all of the things at the same exact time. So it's essentially how you want your asynchronous code to be, right? And then the last thing we want to do here is we want to return the sum. So first of all, let's actually just give this a try. So for this function here, I'm just going to do console log, and we'll do total balance like this. And I'm sorry, this should not be called calculate wallet balance. It should be called calculate total balance like this. Let's take a look if that's running. So we'll do calculate total balance, and we will run this. And I don't need to do this. I'll just do that. We don't even need to do that actually. All right, let's hit refresh. Let's see what happens. This is not get balance. This is balance of right here. So it's token.balance of. And notice what total balance is. It's an array of all of our balances, right? In USD. That's what this is. So now all we need to do at the end of the day is just call reduce on this and sum it all up. So for example, console.log total balance dot reduce, and we'll call our accumulator on this, accumulator, right? And our cur, and then just sum it up. And here's what we want. The last argument is going to be this. We're going to close all the parens. And now you can see that it is summing it up correctly. So this whenever you have to sum up an array, always just use reduce and this line of code right here. You can literally copy this dot reduce blah blah and copy and paste it. Another thing you could do is you could call it a b and just do a plus b. It's like a recursive function, and it just kind of like calls itself. And this is the accumulator. So, and this is the second argument. So reduce method, give it 2 arguments, return these 2. So the first thing is a function that it takes, and reduce takes in a second thing, which is an accumulator, and where you want that accumulator to start from, the initial value. So this is the equivalent of when you do like total equals 0. All right, so it's just an accumulator. So then this accumulator keeps adding to this, and this cur is whatever is in the array. So it's like the first time it loops through, it goes 0 plus that. Then ACC becomes this value right here. Then it goes 20, then cur, goes from here. Cur goes from there, and cur becomes this. So then you add 291,000 to that, and then you do the same process and you add it to that, and then at the end you just return that sum. So that's what's happening here. We're getting the final result. Now all I need to do here is simply, instead of saying console.log, I just need to set wallet balance to this. So we're going to go ahead and do set wallet balance to that value. And now all I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here where it says wallet balance.locale string. I'm just going to uncomment that out, and I'm going to comment this. And once I do that, you can see that my portfolio balance is actually rendering correctly. So let's go right there. Let's refresh. And okay, let's see what's happening. All right, one thing we need to do to make this work is what happens is not all of this information is loaded right when the page refreshes. This information gets loaded later. So what we're going to do is say, hey, watch out for thirdweb tokens. And let's hit refresh. And now once the thirdweb tokens get updated, that gets updated right there as well. We can add sanity in here as well. That won't hurt. It's just making sure it's looking for these getting updated. So let's refresh. And whenever Sanity and thirdweb tokens get updated, boom, it fires this off. Because remember, if Sanity is not ready or thirdweb tokens are not ready, this isn't going to work anyway. So might as well have it wait on that. And once those fire, we should be good to go, if that makes sense. Okay, cool. So with that said, our portfolio balance is now being loaded up completely accurately using the data from the blockchain. And so we're already doing some of the exciting part. Now we're about to move on to adding modals and making our send and receive functionality work, which is really the crux of this app. So with that said, let's get right into that. All right, now let's get to work on building the modal. I've changed my shirt and I'm ready to freaking go. You like my yellow shirt? Comment below if you love it. Let's keep on going. All right, so basically what I want to do when it comes to this is get started on my modal. So we're going to just do a couple of things to make this happen. So I'm going to paste this right here, and then we'll walk through what I added. So I'm going to import my modal from React Modal, and we need to install that. So we're going to do yarn add React Modal, just like that. So that will start installing my React Modal. So this is all you need to yarn add or npm install. I'm going to use routing from Next, because why do I need routing? Well, check it out. When I hit send and receive here, watch how that route changes. And so that's what we're doing here. You know, we're not going to a different page because this is just a, query parameter. But when we do that, that's how we're actually popping up and bringing up the modal. All right. So that's what we need to do. That's why we need the router. We need this transfer modal. This is a component we're actually going to make. We don't have this component yet. So let's just go ahead and make that component so it stops complaining. We'll hit new folder and we will say modal like this. And inside of this modal, we're going to create a new file. And this file is going to be called transfermodal.js. And in this file, we're just going to go ahead and complete it like this. All right. And all I need to do is just put in a couple of things here. So I'm going to keep this very, very basic. I'm going to keep this super, super basic. So all we're going to do here is we're going to just simply say return. All right. And then we're going to have a div, and inside here, we're going to do send and receive. And we're going to give it a text color of black so it can show up on a white background. So we'll go black like that. And then just copy that styling, and then we'll paste it right here. So send and receive, that's all that's in here. And we're done with this for now, and it should stop complaining. Next thing we're going to do in order to make this modal work is add this little mysterious line. And this is to anchor tag it inside of any Next.js app. If you want to make a modal work, essentially you have to do that little hack there. Okay. Cool. Next up, what we need is a router. So I'm going to go right here and add my router. This will allow me to pull, information from the link changing. And the thing that I need to do after this is simply build out my modal. So I'm going to go down here right underneath my buttons container, and I'm going to basically say modal. All right. And we're going to say is open, because the modal has multiple parameters. Okay, so for is open, I'm going to say router.query.transfer. And we'll just do this. So it means if the query exists, then open the modal. Otherwise, don't open the modal. So watch this, right? If I hit send and so on this final version of the app, if I hit send and receive, the query exists, so it opens it. But then as soon as I click off, the query doesn't exist, so it closes it. So we're going to use the same trick here. And then on request close, I'm just going to say route to the home page. So that's how when you click it and you close it, it goes away. And what I need to also do is wrap this button inside of a link. So the send and receive button needs to actually be a link. That's how that works. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to link this just like that. And this link, we will create a href on this. So wrap this in the link. And we'll create a href, and our href will say the following: transfer equals 1. Just like that. Cool. And in terms of the modal, that's kind of all we're gonna add there. So now watch this, right? When I hit send and receive, you can see that I have a modal actually popping up here, right? So it doesn't look that great yet, but it is working. It is popping up. So that's a really good sign. Looks like something is working. All right. Now what we need to do is inside of this modal, we need to render our transfer modal. So I'm going to say transfer modal like this, and we're just going to close it off for now. So it's just going to render whatever is inside of our transfer modal. In this case, the send and receive buttons. So let's go back here, hit send, and you can see that send and receive are showing up. So perfect. Exactly what we were looking for. Now to make this look nice, we're going to add in a little bit of styling. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is for my modal, we're going to pass in, we're going to give it some styling. So that's what this is the next thing that we're going to do. Cool. So let's go right here. It's a const custom styles. All right. And inside of these styles, I'm going to basically just add in a bunch of styling. So here we go. So what this styling will do, you'll see in a second, but let me actually show you first, right? And then explain how it works. I think that'll make it easier for you to follow. So we'll say style, and then we'll pass it custom styles, just like that. And now let's take a look at our modal, and boom. So what's happening is that it's creating a black modal, and then it's also making the background black there. So for example, if I get rid of this, let's take a look at it. You can see my send and receive is showing up. And so, that's why it's like that. If I go to my transfer modal.js file and I get rid of my color black here and my style black that I have here and save it, and we go back and I uncomment this out, when we go here, boom, let's do this. So my send and receive is still showing up. All right. So for now, we're going to leave this background color here. You'll see why later. And then overlay background color, right? What this does is it gives us this nice little overlay. So when I hit this, instead of it showing up like this in the background, right? Like kind of this gray, weird color, we want that overlay color to be this nice dark color, right? So when I click that, now that looks significantly nicer. So that's the approach we want to take here. And now what we can do is we can actually start building our transfer modal. So like what basically goes inside here is what we want to start building now. And just to really quickly explain this part here allows you to center the modal and add in the background overlay and also making the modal black. That's effectively what that does. Going into our transfer modal, what we need to do is we need to create a wrapper. And of course, it's going to complain about this. So let's go ahead and add import styled from styled components like this. And so now it's not going to complain. Instead of a div, we're going to wrap this inside of a wrapper now, like so. So now it looks much nicer, as you can see. Next thing we're going to need is we're going to need to create a selector. All right, so let's create the selector. And what the selector will allow you to do is really center the text and the choices that we have in there, right? So for example, when I go here, we look and boom. How did it do it? Well, send and receive were in a column. So we just put it in display flex. So it made it a row, right? And then we put space between. So then it evenly spaces them out. Justify content space evenly, right? And line item center. So it centralizes it and we gave it a certain height. Cool. Next up, what we're going to do is we're going to do it where if you go look at the main app, notice that when I hover over receive, right, it turns a little gray. And when I hover over them, not only does it change color slightly, but when I click, the selected one becomes blue. So we need to add that styling. So what I'm going to do is we're going to grab our option style. We're going to basically add our option styling. So our option styling is going to be like this. All right. And this will make it so on hover, there's actually a background color change that's happening. So watch this. When I click send and receive, when I hover over, it's a little hard to see right now. So we're going to make it so it's easier to see and it actually works. And I think what might help is actually adding wrapping those in option. So let's go ahead and do that now. So let's go here and we'll go option. And we want to wrap each of these in the option tag. Just like this. So now send and receive, you can see have better design. And when I hover over them, you can see the colors changing, kind of a light gray in the background. So that's what we need. Now, whichever one is the selected one, we need that to stay active. So whenever I'm doing that, I'm actually thinking of using state for that. So let's go ahead and start with that. So I'm going to create a state and it'll be called action. So we're going to do set action. And then we're going to use state send, just like this. And then we're going to do selected. This token part we can actually do later. Let's just start off with action right now. And then the next thing I need to do is basically add in a selected style and add in an unselected style. So if I go here, if you notice, this is how the selected one looks, and the unselected one has these borders around like this. And when I select this, the borders go away. So that's how the selected and unselected are working there. So all we need to do now is in our options, we need to basically add a on click. So inside of our options right here, we're going to add in, first of all, a style. All right. So if I give it a style and we say the following, I can give it the selected style, like hard coded kind of in there. And if I go back, okay, let's just fix that error. So it says use state is not defined. So I'm just going to go here and we'll say use state like that. Now send and receive, and let's not make it an object. Let's actually just give it JSX because it's already an object. So we don't need to have two squigglies here. Let's go and try that again. And boom, you notice that send is now blue. And if we do the same thing here for this and we say unselected style, you can see that receive has that border. But when I click receive, nothing is happening. So this is where state will come in. And this is where we will need to do on click. Things need to change. So let's add an on click. And what this on click will allow us to do is we will do set action to send that. I will paste that here. And for this one, we will set action to, can you guess? Receive. So boom, update the state to receive. So now that on click should be working, but we just need to make our style dynamic. So how I'm going to do that, I'm going to just say, hey, based on whatever action the user selected, yeah, if it's send, then you can choose the selected style. If it's not send, then you can choose the unselected style for send. And we're essentially going to do the same thing for receive, except for the word send, we're going to say receive. Right there. So that's how they're going to decide how they're going to be styled. So now if I full screen this and we go, boom, look at that. It just works. It's so smooth and it works beautifully. Great. So now that we're done with that, let's go ahead and add a couple of more things to this. Next part we're going to build is really multiple modals. So we've already built this modal, but on send, when you click send, we need to render one type of modal here or one type of component here. And when you hit receive, we need to render another type of component here. For example, if I go here and I hit send or receive, notice that this is modal. This is like one type of component. This is another type of component. And then watch, I could actually click into this, and this is a third type of component. So there's like multiple things actually happening here. All right. So we need to build all of these and being able to write in here. And then there's one more type of component when you start sending ETH. So for example, if we grab and we pick a wallet address, in this case, I'll just go and try to send myself something in the final version of the app. So I'll copy my address right there. I'll say send it to that address, and we will say send 1 ETH. So currently my wallet, as you can see, has 15 fake ETH, right? This won't work because we're sending to a different contract address because it's a different app, but that's fine. So let's just keep going. I'll hit continue on here and notice that now this is a different type of modal that says transfer in progress, or a different type of component. And then this is yet another type of component. So there's like multiple things that need to be rendered in there. So we need to just go ahead and build those out. So let's build like simple components for what happens if you click send or receive. So one way we can do that is we can basically go, we can say, you know, selected modal, and we can turn it into a function. So I can basically say this. All right. And this, it changes based on what the state is. So here's what we're going to do right here, right? So we have our selected modal, and it's going to take in the option, or which like option you're choosing, right? So for example, the send option or the receive option, or, you know, the coin option, which option are you choosing? And based on that option, so switch case, based on that option, it'll render whichever modal you want. Or what you want that modal to render. So for example, that's how this is going to be working. So let's go down here, and I'll create a modal main styling. So that's, it just has some padding and flex of 1. So it's going to take up, because we wanted to take up this entire space here. And let's go back up, and I'm simply going to say modal main like this. And inside of modal main, what I want to do is I want to now render something. So for example, let's just say I was rendering an H2 and I said, yo, and notice that that's popping up right there. Perfect. I want to change this from H2 that to selected modal and whatever the action type is. So by default, the action type is send. All right, so that's why it's writing send. Now, if I choose receive, notice that it becomes receive. Okay, so it looks like it's working correctly. And my selected modal function is able to choose the modals correctly as well. All right, now here are the modals that we need to render. Render. All right, this is going to be called the transfer. We're going to call this one transfer. Transfer. The next one we have is going to be called receive. This is going to be the receive modal. So let's start working on our transfer modal, because this is the nicest one anyway, right? It's the most important one anyway. Let's go ahead and do that. So here I'm going to create a new, inside of my modal folder, we're going to create a new file here, and we're going to call it transfer.js. All right. And let's just make it, let's start it off with super simple and RAFCE, finish up the snippet. And here I'm simply going to say, yowza. Let's go back to our app. And in case when the user hits send, instead of this, it should render transfer. Like that. Now, hit import. So it should import this from the top. And there we go. You see, yowza. If everything went right. And it did. I'm watching and I love you. Smash that like button, by the way. Smash that, break that like button. Okay, cool. So that's what we got here, right? We got this yowza showing up. That's great because this transfer is working. And we're going to need to keep replacing these components because for this, we need to have multiple cases and we'll work on them later. For now, let's just work on our transfer. Alrighty, so let's work on our styling. First things first, we're going to make a wrapper. All right. And we're going to import styled components. We're going to say styled from styled components, just like this. Refresh. Cool. And of course, we need to wrap this entire Yowza in wrapper, just like this. Okay, great. So thing number one done. Then what we need to do is basically add in, things like to and additional fields. So for example, here you can see our to field and our pay with field. All right, so let's work on maybe our to field and this area as well. So let's work on our amount component now, or our amount styling. So here, let's go put amount is going to be flex1, display flex, and flex direction column. Why, you may ask? Well, because this is how it is, right? Column. Otherwise, this part would be right up here if it was not. Cool. So amount is what we're going to need. The other one we're going to need is our flex input container. So let's go ahead and style that as well. Add the styling for that. And we will need one more, which is going to be our flex input. So let's add the styling for that. All right. And then we need one more, and we'll break it down in just a second, which is going to be warning. There we go. So we got our warning. Cool. All right, so we got all of the ones that we needed. Now just let's go build this out. So I'm going to say I'm going to delete this for now. And in here, we're going to say amount. I'm going to leave this modal right here so you can see it updating in real time as we keep adding things to it. So we have amount. Inside of our amount, we're going to have our flex input container like so. Inside of this container, we're going to have our flex input, and this will be a self-closing tag, so we can do that. And I'm going to give it a placeholder of 0, like so. So you can actually see it at the bottom right there, the 0 showing up. We're going to say type is number. And then we'll do value and we'll add an on change as well, but we'll do that later. For now, we're going to leave this as is. Then right underneath this flex input, what I want to add is I just want to add a span tag. Oops. And this span tag will contain the symbol. So for example, we could say ETH. There we go. All right. Looks freaking beautiful. Let me hide myself here so you can see. And you can see that it looks nice. Exactly what we're going after here, right? So this is all looking good. Now, right underneath this, we want to add our warning amount. So basically right underneath this, I will simply add my warning component. And in here, I'm going to say amount is a required field. Cool. All right, and we're basically going to say color is if amount exists, then what I want you to do is give it a different color, which is that color right there. We'll just hard code an amount in this case. We'll just say something. All right, and the point of this is to show you that, hey, if I add in an amount, then it won't show anything. If I take away the amount, then it will actually show amount is a required field. You could also do conditional rendering as well of this entire thing. So that's fine. Or you could just make the color go invisible, and that's fine too. Both can work. This empty string is just a placeholder for now for when we actually add in our amount and we can actually keep track of it, right? So for example, what we would want to do here is say const amount, right? Set amount and use state. We'll start it at 0. We'll import our use state. And then on change for whatever you're putting into this, I want to update my amount. So value, we're going to say is amount. And then we're going to add an on change here. That's basically going to say, hey, set amount to get the input, whatever they're putting in, the event. And we're going to do event.target.value. That's going to update our amount. And we should be good to go with that. So I go here and I press 1, right? And we can leave this blank actually. So now there's nothing there. I write in 1 or 2, it shows up. Okay. Now this hard coded, I can just change it with the actual amount. So you can see my error from the bottom actually goes away when I have an amount, and when I remove it, now it says amount is a required field. All right, so we built the styling for this part here, right? This top part, which is the amount part. Let's build the styling for this transfer form part, like the form that we have here. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm gonna go and grab that styling. So we're gonna need just a couple of things here. Let's get a divider going, because we're gonna need this to kind of add some of these divider lines to just break it apart. So let's have that. And then I'm gonna need to have rows that I can style. So these are gonna be my rows that I add. Field name, we're gonna have that be styled. And then let's add in styling for my icon here. This is what type of styling am I looking for? Maybe for this icon right there. And we don't need this margin here, so let's get rid of that. Let's add in for the styling for recipient as well. This styling is going to be for the input. So you can see that I'm doing style.input right there. So this is referring to when you're putting in the address right there. And yeah, let's add in styling for our coin select list. So let's go ahead and do that right there. Let's add in styling for, so this is going to be the styling for, like, for example, when I'm able to click that type of stuff. So let's go back here. Let's add the styling for our coin name. And then we're going to have our continue button. There you go. So this is going to be the styling for this continue button right here. So when I hover over, look how it turns into a pointer, right? So that styling is going to be there as well. And now let's just go ahead and build this out. So I'm going to go all the way to the top here, and we got our amount, and underneath our amount, we're going to have our transfer form. So let's go here. We'll say transfer form. And then inside of this transfer form, we're going to have our row. And within this row, I'm going to have my field name, and we're going to say 2. Let's take a look. We just need to go ahead and add styling for transfer form, because right now it's saying, hey, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, buddy. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll do that right underneath this divider. Let's go ahead and add our transfer form. So now it knows what that is. And there you go. Now you're seeing this 2 field get populated. Okay, right underneath this field name here, let's add in our icon. So I'm going to basically say icon just like this. And we're going to do FA wallet like that. And now it's going to be like, hey, I don't know what this FA wallet thing is. Well, what this is it's from React icons. So you're going to say import FA wallet from React icon /FA, just like that. And now if you notice right behind my face here, you will see this icon right there. So that's how that's being added. Cool. Just decided to move myself out of the way so you can see the modal better. All right, right underneath this icon, I'm going to add in my recipient. All right, and this recipient can be a self-closing tag. And for props, we're going to give it a placeholder. And placeholder is just going to say address. So you can now see that address is showing up right there. And so placeholder is one thing I need. Let's add in a couple of more here. So placeholder, and I will also need to have a value. but we'll add in value later once we can add it in dynamically. So what we can do is we can actually just go ahead and create that right now. So that's fine. So I'm just going to say const value, or sorry, recipient, set recipient, use state. Okay. And you can make this be blank here as a recipient. All right. So for the value, we're going to say recipient. And then on change, we're just going to say this. For E, just set the recipient to whatever we have in here. That's it. Cool. Awesome. All right, let's right underneath this row, let's now put a divider. So I'm going to go ahead and put a divider here. Cool. So that added just a little tiny divider. It's kind of hard to see actually, but it just did a very subtle little tiny change. All right, let's work on our other row. Okay, so we built our first row, which was this field. Now let's work on our second row. And the field name will be pay with. And then we'll do coin select list. So this will give us a list of coins to select from. Let's do coin select list. I misspelled it earlier. And inside of here, we're going to have icon. And then in here, I'm going to use my image source. And for this, we're just going to give it an image URL. And this will basically come from one of our coins. So what I'm going to do is just comment this out for now. And what I'm going to do is grab an image of Brad Pitt and hit copy image address and paste it right here in the source. So once I do that, you can see that my image is popping up right there. Later, we'll use an image of a coin. So for now, we'll just leave it as that. Cool. So what are you paying with? All right. So we got our icon. And now right underneath our icon, we need to actually put our coin name. So in this case, we can just say Ethereum. All right. Now, of course, we'll need to pull this dynamically in the future, but for now, this is fine. And now right underneath the transfer form, we will add in another row. All right. And this row, we will add in our continue button. So I'll say continue. All right. Go like this. We'll add the word continue. And boom, continue is now showing up right here. We'll add in functionality to continue, right? So when you actually hit it, something real happens. But for now, this is totally fine. This is perfectly fine and good. The last thing we need to add is what's the balance that you have for that, right? So here, when I choose ETH, it tells me how much ETH balance I have. If I choose Bitcoin, it will tell me how much Bitcoin balance I have, right? So we want to be able to put in this balance part. So let's go ahead and do that here. So we're going to basically create another row. All right. And then inside of this row, I'm going to do balance title. And for balance title, in this case, I will just hard code it to ETH balance. So if we go back to our app, balance title, it says it's not defined. So we just need to add the styling for balance title. That's not a problem at all. We just didn't add that styling. So in this case, balance title is going to be, we're not really going to give it any styling. So we're just going to do const balance title style div and just end it, just so we can have something there. And then we're going to do the same thing for balance. So we're going to do balance style div just to really have, just so that these divs have names, but not necessarily any styling in this case. So I got my balance title right here. All right. And now next to it, what I want is really my balance. So here I could do, I have, let's say 0.0 ETH. So I'm simply going to do 0. Or let's say 1.2, right? And we'll just say ETH. So I've hard coded all of this. We will need to make all of this dynamic. So we'll need to make this dynamic, this dynamic, this dynamic. Right now it's just hard coded, but it's fine. And now look at this, right? When I hit receive versus send, Look at how nice it is when I hit send, right? Send is just packed with valuable info. All right, let's bring in the Sanity token, because I'm going to use that token to essentially build this image out here instead of using Brad Pitt's image right now. So let's go to transfer modal. And in my transfer modal, we're going to keep track of another state, and this is going to be our selected token. And we're going to do set selected token. And I'm just going to use state, and we're going to use sanity tokens of 0. Now you're like, hey, where is this token coming from? This token is going to be coming from where we're using transfer modal. So let's go ahead and look where we are using transfer modal. And in header.js, it looks like we're using it, right? And inside of our header.js, we're going to pass it that. So we're going to say sanity tokens is going to be sanity tokens. And let's look for our variable sanity tokens. We don't have it here. So again, we're going to need to prop drill this one more time. All right, so where are we calling our header component? So let's go there now. All right, so maybe let's go to our dashboard.js page. We are calling our header component here, and we are passing the sanity token. So let's go back to our headers and pass down sanity tokens like this. And now we're passing them over to our transfer modal. Cool. Let's go to our transfer modal now and destructure sanity tokens. It's kind of annoying to prop drill that way, right? But that's what we need to do. And if we console log this is what you'll see. Console log sanity tokens. And let's go take a look at the console. And hopefully I'm out of the way so you guys can see the console properly. Here's an array. And this array has 3 contract addresses, right? And I click into one, and you can see that my logo is sitting right over there. And then what I need to do is actually use Sanity's thing called image builder to actually build it out. So in transfer modal, we just need to pass it to our transfer. So I'm going to say sanity tokens, close it out. Let's go to our transfer modal, and let's destructure sanity tokens as well. Or actually, better yet, let's not call it sanity tokens. Let's call it the selected token. Selected token. Let's go back to our transfer modal, and in here, let's call it selected token. And selected token will just be sanity tokens. Will be the selected token right there. So paste that. Because from transfer modal, we will need to select our token as well. And then as soon as we do that, we need this to update. So that's why we're calling it selected token. Cool. Let's go back to our transfer modal now. Let's also now console log our selected token, and let's see what we see here. Selected token. All right. And right now, selected token is undefined. And that's because we need to actually wrap this up in our use effect. So we're going to do use effect hook. All right. And we're going to wrap this, do this. And then in our use effect hook, we're going to console.log our selected token. Let's import use effect here as well. All right. So now we're using our use effect hook. And now what we're going to do is let's give our transfer access to a bunch of other things. So for example, this will need access to our set action hook because we want to be able to change which action is currently active. Let's give this access to selected token, which we've already done. Let's give it access to thirdweb tokens as well. And let's give it access to wallet address because transfer is going to need access to all of this information. And now we're going to need to prop drill and send this information. So let's get to work. Let's go to transfer modal. And here, right, we don't need to give it selected token. But for set action, we need to say set action. For thirdweb token, we need to say thirdweb tokens. And for wallet address, we need to say wallet address. Now let's see what we have access to in transfer modal, and we don't have access to all of those things. So let's go ahead and I'm going to copy all of these from here. So thirdweb tokens, I'm going to paste that right there. So now we got our thirdweb tokens and wallet address. So transfer modal now is getting access to all the info that it needs. And once it's destructuring it from there, it's passing it down here to transfer modal. Now, if we go to our header, and this is where we're calling our transfer modal needs access to all of those props as well. So it needs access to sanity tokens, and we're giving it access to sanity tokens. It should also get access to thirdweb tokens. And so let's go ahead one layer back. Let's add inside of our header, let's add in thirdweb tokens, because I'm already actually passing it through. And from our header, let's give this access to thirdweb tokens is thirdweb tokens. All right, and then our transfer modal will also need access to the wallet address. So let's give it access to wallet address. Now I'm going to go into transfer modal. Now transfer modal should have access to all of these, and transfer modal is now passing all that information over to our transfer. So now our transfer has access to all of that. Perfect. Now selected token is working because it's sending, I can see that right here at the bottom. So if I put a little gun emoji or a flame emoji, come on emoji, work. There we go. You can see that this is working and it's showing up at the bottom right there. And it's showing us exactly which token we have. Now, if you're wondering, hey, why isn't it showing up for you like this, the result at the bottom? What you need to do here is you need to get off and go to the main page. And then when you hit send and receive, it will actually show up at the bottom. So the trick to getting this modal to work is you have to get here and then go to the modal. You can't just directly go to that link. It won't work. So just something you need to know. Now, every time I run it, it does work. So we're good. All right, now we need to get ready to build the image. So in order to build the image, you need to actually import these two things. So image URL builder from sanity/image URL. If you haven't installed this package, I'd recommend you go and do that now. So you could do yarn add sanity/image URL and just install it like that. But I already have it installed. And then you're going to need to import client from lib/sanity. So here I have sanity.js, and inside of here I have my client. So that's what you'll need to do. Once you have done that, now we're going to start actually building our image URL. All right, now to build our image, all we need to do is just say const URL, and we're gonna now build our image. So I'm gonna basically say all of this right here, except instead of with at the end here, I'm going to say, give me a URL. And now let's console log our URL, and boom, you see that my image is right there. Okay, and if I go and click it, it will actually give me my image, the Ethereum image. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for. Okay, great. And how this is working is how I'm building this URL is I'm just saying, hey, go to the image URL builder. All right, and then use that to build this. And then we're going to do .image on that, give it the specific logo, and then turn it into a URL. So normally it just gives you a ref. We're essentially turning that into a URL. And of course, one other thing we need to add here is selected token. Why? Because whenever this selected token gets updated, let's just say the user clicks here, chooses a different token. Right when it updates, boom, fire my use effect hook and build this out again for me. Let's also keep track of the state here. So I'm going to basically say const, we'll say image, you could say, image URL set image URL. We'll say use state, start it off with null. And then once this happened, we will say set image URL to URL, just like this. And now I don't need these anymore. Remember the hack when you want to do this, right? Refresh, and you got to start from the home page. you got to basically get out of the modal. So once you get out of the modal and then you hit send and receive, now it should work. So let's go all the way down here, and instead of this hard-coded Brad Pitt thing, we're going to replace this, and we're just going to say image URL, just like that. Again, let's go back to our home page. And now it's there. Check it out. Woohoo! We did it, guys. Look at that. How nice is that, right? We're now getting the freaking Ethereum logo. So if you enjoyed that, smash that like button, subscribe to the freaking channel so we can get this video out to everybody and help as many people as possible become developers in 2022. Perfect. Another state we're going to keep track of is which token is active here. So for example, I can choose this or I can choose another one, right? So let's keep track of that state. So I'm going to say const active third web token. And we can do set active third web token and just leave it as blank here. All right. And then basically what I want to do is grab that token. Now, another use effect that I actually want to add here is so that I can actually get the token that we have, the selected token, find it inside of my third web, and then essentially match that. Because what I need is I need access to the third web token. That's really what I need. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to do this right here. And inside of here, I'm going to say, hey, const active token. So the active token, how I want you to find it is go to third web tokens and find me this. And here's how I want you to find it. For the token I want you to find is where the token address is equal to the selected token dot address. All right, so that's what that looks like. And then what I want you to do is just console log active token, and we'll say haha, just so we can like find it easily. All right, let's update this URL. All right, let's go to our home page, and then once we're on the home page, then let's hit send and receive. Cool. And we want this to actually get updated whenever third web tokens get activated or selected tokens get selected. Oh, this needs to be contract address, not regular address. So that was the bug. And there we go. Now we can actually find it right there. It's pulling our module. We're able to see it. And if I hit the drop down menu here, I can see all of the details and view inside of it. So it actually pulled the token module. So for example, this might be Ethereum, let's say. So it might have just pulled all the information for our Ethereum token inside of our third web. Now, all we need to do here instead of this console log is I need to basically say set active third web token is to whatever that token is. And everywhere we had hard-coded things like Ethereum or ETH balance, we're actually going to use and replace that with selected token. So for example, here we can say selected token.symbol. All right. And then that should essentially give us ETH, or in this case, we don't want to say symbol. We want to say name. All right. So now that'll give us Ethereum. That's perfect. This is coming from the Sanity database, by the way. And for ETH balance, instead here, I'm actually going to say selected token.symbol. And now it's pulling that from the database. And now I'm going to remove this ETH here. So you'll notice it just says 1.2, but we're going to copy this and paste that right there. And so now you see that it says 1.2 ETH. Perfect. Exactly what we were looking for, and we made it dynamic already. Another thing I want to do is I want to get this balance right there where it says 1.2, because that still is hard coded. So we want to basically get that balance and do it. So I'm going to create another use effect hook here. All right, and we're going to do it like this. And the dependency for this is going to be our active third web token. And for the actual inside of it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const get balance. We're going to make a async function here. And in here, I'm going to say await the active third web token, and we're going to do balance of, and we're going to do wallet address. And then we're going to set the balance to be whatever it is. And of course, it's not going to know what we're talking about. So we're going to go here and say balance, set balance, and its initial state is just going to say fetching like this. Cool. So we're going to get the balance. And then what we're going to do is just write an if statement here. And we're going to say if our active token exists, then I want you to run this function get balance, and run this function every time our active third web token changes. Our active third web token being this one that you select here. Okay, cool. So let's go and see if we're getting our balance. So I'm going to hit inspect here, and we're just going to console log this. And in my console log right here, let's just do console log balance.display value, and let's see if we get anything. And you can see that I'm actually getting back 15, and that's the exact amount of Ethereum that I have in my third web. So if I go here and I go to my Ethereum, you can see I have 15 ETH. So that looks like it's working perfectly. All right, and let's remove that console log now. Now all we need to do is just update that dynamically. So all we need to do is grab this balance here, go all the way down, and where we have that 1.2 hard-coded, we're just going to change that and write the word balance in there. All right, and now you can see that it's pulling from my balance that I have 15 ETH, perfectly what we wanted. The next thing we need to work on is now we're ready to just send the freaking money over. All right, there is this amazing method that thirdweb has that allows you to send the money over. All right, so basically what you can do is they have a method called .transfer, and it's just as easy as that. Using that, you're able to send your money over to anybody. So let's go ahead and create a function, and it's going to be called send crypto. Okay. And this is really where we get into the really nice parts. And here's how it's going to work. So you see, it's already auto-completing, even though that's not what we're going to be writing, but it was already kind of auto-completing for us, right? And so what I'm going to type in here is I'm going to say, let's just put a console log in here so we know this is running. We'll say sending crypto. We'll write it like that. And then we're just going to check if our active third web token exists and our amount is there and our recipient is there. You know, normally you would use something like formic or something like a form, but this is just a super simple way of doing it. And then essentially all we want to do is say, you know, our transaction in this case, so transaction, and we can just say wait active third web token dot transfer. And in the transfer, what we want to give it is our recipient address. So this is going to be the wallet address that we're going to put for our recipient and what the amount actually is. So in this case, for the amount, what we're going to say is amount dot toString dot concat. And here's a really weird part about it. We're going to concatenate all these zeros in front of it. All right. So this part should throw you off a little bit. It is confusing. Like, why can't we just send regular amount? So if we go here, right, and if I go in my Ethereum, our Ethereum is 18 decimals. So it requires that we send it with that many decimal places. So we have 18 zeros that we follow that up with. So that's why we're using this here. And then what we're going to do once we send it is we're going to console.log our transaction. All right. And then we're going to set our action to be transferred. So right now, our action thing does not know what to do with transferred. If we go to where's our switch statement? Is it in our transfer modal? Yeah, so we don't have a switch statement for transferred yet, but we will create one. So transferred, and otherwise else we're going to say, we're going to log an error and we're going to say missing data. So that's how That's going to be working. Now, all we need to do is attach that button, send crypto, or that function to our continue button, and we should be good to go. So I'm going to go inside of my continue, and we're just going to say on click, send crypto. And I guess just to make this code cleaner, amount is going to be something that it takes in here. All right. And here we're going to give it our amount. Okay. Perfect. That's just so the code looks cleaner. So send crypto amount. And then let's also give this function a recipient, because this function really depends on two things. How much is the amount and who are you sending it to? And we're going to send the recipient here. Just like that. So now this function looks cleaner, functional, not messing with global states. Cool. So this should send our crypto. So let's give it a try now. So we're going to go here. I'm going to go to my receiver address. I'm going to copy my receiver wallet address. We're going to paste it here. Let's try doing 1 ETH and let's continue. At the bottom, you see it says sending crypto. And do we have anything for if it works? If it works, it's actually just going to console log the transaction. Boom! Let's go! We just sent some freaking crypto. How cool was that? That was freaking awesome. So you see, we just logged our transaction right there. Block hash, blah, blah, blah. How much was sent. And if I look inside of my wallet, you can see I have 1 ETH. Oh my God. You guys, if that was sick, smash that freaking like button. Break that freaking like button. Smash that like button, break it, and turn it blue. And comment and let me know how freaking awesome was that, because we just set the first blockchain transaction. Yo. Okay. Man, I'm sorry. I'm just so hyped about this. This is freaking exciting. All right. So we got our transaction working and we got the ETH. I can't get over it. We got the ETH. Even though we built this app and I've seen this multiple times, it's just so freaking exciting. Cool. All right. We're going to refresh this. Let's go to that transfer URL. Remember to remove that and just go to localhost directly first. Then once you go to localhost directly and you wait for this to upload, you saw my portfolio balance even went lower. Oh my God, you guys, I think this is working. This is so cool. My portfolio balance, I'm sure, was like $345,000. Let's try this again. This was so much fun. Let's try this one more time and let's see if our portfolio balance drops by 1 ETH. So it should drop about $3,000 and this should become $339,000. Let's give it a try. So let's send over 1 ETH and look, it even updated my balance here, 14 ETH. Let's look in our third web. Let's refresh. Oh, look at that. 15 ETH in supply and we own 14, but we're still a whale. So that's nice. All right, let's do 1 ETH right there. Let's put in the address. Let's hit continue and let's see what happens. Once this goes to the other tab, the receive or send tab, we are good. It means it worked. Send. So it was sent. And let's check our wallet. Let's check our other account right here. 2 ETH. Oh, so freaking beautiful. And now we'll refresh the app and we'll see if our balance is updated. Let's refresh. Whoa, moment of truth. Yo, how sick is that? It updated our balance, guys. It's pulling our balance right from here dynamically and it is working just as expected. So absolutely gorgeous. Amazing. So we were able to send our crypto. Now let's make it so we can see multiple coins here and change which coin we want to choose. Also, let's capitalize the letters send and receive here. So in my transfer modal, let's capitalize this R here. All right. And then let's capitalize this S here. And with that, we should be good to go. Our send and receive are looking great. And now let's make our coin list over here so we can see more coins right there. We'll build a component called coin selector. So inside of my Modal folder, we're going to say coin selector.js. And in here, I'm going to import a couple of things I'm going to need. So use state from React. I will also need styled components. So let's go styled components. And then we'll need one more thing, but for now, we should be good. So let's keep on going. All right, so we're going to do const coin selector here. All right. Whoops. All right. And what we can do here is actually just do RAFCE. So it gives us this nice little component. We don't need React, so I can remove that. And then we're going to destructure a bunch of things here. So let's just break it off into a new line because we know we're going to be destructuring a few things. So I'm going to set action. We're going to need access to the selected token. We're going to need to be able to change the selected token. I'm going to need access to all of the tokens in our database, and then our thirdweb tokens and our wallet address. So I'll need access to all of these things. So let's just make sure our Coinbase coin selector is working. So for now, I'm just going to say H2 and we'll say yo. And let's just go ahead and add coin selector in the right place. So in our transfer modal, let's import it. So we're going to say import coin selector from coin selector. And then we're going to do when somebody selects, if the action is select. So for example, on send, do this. On receive, do this. We want to create another case. And this case is going to be case where we have select. All right. So what happens there? So when this happens, we need to return our coin selector. Make it a self-closing tag, and we need to give it a bunch of things. So we're going to give it set action. We're going to give it a selected token. We're going to give it the ability to set selected token. We're going to give it sanity tokens. We're going to give it thirdweb tokens, and we're going to give it the wallet address. GitHub Copilot is so freaking amazing. It auto-completes all that. Now let's go to our coin selector, and let's just go yo, and we will just say wallet address to really just make sure that it's there. So let's go to our transfer. And this is our transfer right here. And we're going to say when you click this guy here, we'll change the action. So let's find that, our coin select list. And we're going to say on clicking this, here's what's going to happen. We're going to set action to be select, just like that. So let's click it. And boom, look at that. Our coin selector component is now running. So send, click that, boom. So it is connected. Now we just need to do a bunch of magic and load up all of the things that we need, so all of the tokens and all of the stuff that we need. So let's go ahead and build our wrapper. So we just need to create some styling here. Wrapper is going to be pretty basic, nothing in the styling of that. We're going to need a title, and then we're going to need our coin list. We're going to need to style our coin list. Perfect. And now let's wrap this inside of a wrapper. Wrapper. Click it. Boom. Shows up nicely. Cool. We're going to replace this and instead put title here. And in my title, I'm going to say select asset. Let's save that so prettier kicks in. Boom, select asset right there. And then we're going to give it a coin list. So it's going to be a list of coins here. And then I'm going to loop through and essentially give it every coin that we have. So let's go through the sanity tokens here. And then for each token, I'm just going to say, hey, return. For now, I'm just going to do this. So for each token, do token dot, let's say name. Let's see if that works. Beautiful. Look at that. So we are getting each of our tokens to show up. Now, of course, we're going to need to give this the ability, to make it look nicer. Then we're also going to need to add in things like on click, what happens when you click these. So let's go ahead and create a coin item component. So that's essentially going to just represent one coin. So let's go create a new file, and we're going to call it coinitem.js. And let's copy the code from our coin selector here a little bit. So for example, token, and we need access to sanity tokens, right? So for our coin item, we're probably going to need to give it a bunch of stuff, and then that it can then destructure on the back end. Meaning, we're going to remove all of this and replace it with coin item. Okay. Let's go inside of our coin item. Let's hit RAFCE, hit save. Let's go back. And now when I type in coin item and hit enter, it should auto import from the top here. All right. And we'll make it a self-closing tag. And we're just going to need to give it a bunch of things. So we're going to give it a key. So in this case, for our key, let's just extract the key from here. So let's go index. So for a key, we'll say index. Token will be token. Sender, in this case, will be the wallet address. So let's go wallet address. Our selected token is going to be selected token. We're going to send it a set selected token hook. We're going to send it thirdweb tokens. And we need to send it sanity tokens, just like this. And last but not least, we need to send it the action. So we're going to do set action. We're going to send it the set action hook so it can change the actions. Perfect. Let's go into our coin item now. And let's destructure all of that inside of our coin item. There's going to be a bunch of destructuring required. Let's go right there. And let's go boom. So I'm destructuring tokens, sender, set action, selected token, set selected token, sanity tokens, and let's do thirdweb tokens. Just like this. Cool. So this looks good. Now let's say that I wanted to show my sanity token for whatever reason. I could go sanity tokens of 0. And let's choose .name. And let's refresh this. Let's go localhost 3000, and then we'll hit send and receive. Cool. Let's hit this Ethereum, and now you can see Ethereum is showing up here, right? If I chose symbol, you can see ETH would show up. If I did contract address would show up there. So this is clearly pulling from Sanity. All right, great. Let's go ahead and add our styling for coin item. There's going to be a bunch of styling that we're going to need for this. So let's add the styling for a main. Let's remove all of this. Oh yeah, styled components is where we're getting the error from. Import styled from styled components. Let's do a full refresh on this. And of course, the app is going to break because we're going directly to that link. So let's go to the home page first, open up our send and receive. Open up this right there and put it on the side here. Cool. Let's get our styling for our icon. So we're going to get our styling for our icon. Let's get our name details, which is not really going to have any styling. We're going to need styling for our name. Balance is not going to need any styling. And then whether it's selected or not, we're going to need a different styling for that. Okay. Cool. Beautiful. So we have all our styling in place. This will make sure the icon looks really nice. All right. So for example, when I click here, the icons show up nice here. that's coming from all of the styling here. And then we want to make sure it's all showing up in a row nicely like that. So we have that as well. Now let's go ahead and build this out. So I'm going to replace this with a wrapper here, and we'll go wrapper. And it says wrapper is not defined. Let's go ahead and make sure we define our wrapper as well right above. We'll put it right above main. Let's save. Let's go to localhost 3000 first. Kind of an annoying process, I know, but it's the process that works. Let's go right there. So now all this information is showing up. I don't need to put this right here anymore. Let's just leave that blank. Okay, great. So we got our wrapper. Now inside of our wrapper, we're going to have our main. Inside of our main, I'm going to have our icon. And our icon is really just going to be our image URL. Are we passing our image URL from anywhere actually? Let's see. No, so we're going to need to actually build our image URL and then send it. So let's comment this out for now. Let's build a couple of states that we're going to need access to. So let's go ahead and get a state for our balance. We will get a state for our image URL, and we will need and then that's essentially it when it comes to our states. So that's mainly what we need. Then let's use a use effect hook because we'll need access to information on page render. And we're going to basically do get balance. I'm going to recreate that function, get balance. We'll say sync. Okay, and we're going to say let active thirdweb token. So we'll just create that there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to loop through this. So I'm going to take my thirdweb tokens and I'm going to do dot map through them. And I'm going to say if my token, my token dot address. So let's rename this to be third web token here. So if my third web token address is equal to my sanity token, so this over here is really just, this token here is your sanity token. So we're going to say is equal to token.contract address. So if there's a match between third web and sanity, then I want the following to happen. I want my active third web token to become the third web token. All right, let's go to our local host again. And then we'll hit send and receive. Cool, we're having some errors. Use state is not defined. So let's define use state. We don't need this, so let's remove that. And let's go here and we're gonna say use state, just like this. Okay, cool. Now let's start our app again. Let's go to localhost 3000. Let's hit send and receive, and let's click this. Okay, use effect is also not defined. So let's go ahead and define use effect. Okay, let's go to our home page. Let's click send and receive. Let's click this. Okay, cool. Now you can see when I'm hovering, right? It's detecting there's three things here. So something is happening. It's detecting that there's 3 coins here. 1, 2, 3. So we're in luck. Means good things are happening. All right. All we need to do now is just get it to show those coins that we're retrieving. Now let's just get the balance of that coin. So I'm going to say const balance await active third web token. This one right here. Get the balance of, and sender is whoever's sending the money, or in this case it's just a wallet address. It's just your wallet address. And then at the end we're just going to say a return await, and we will set balance to be display.value, and we'll split it and do this right there. And don't need that many parentheses. Cool. So that's one of the functions that we needed to make. We're going to go ahead and make another function. And this will help us build our URL. So we'll do get image URL. All right. And we will do the following. So I'm going to say image URL is, and we have done this before. So this is not completely new stuff. Let's just make sure we import some of the things that we're going to need. All right, so let's go ahead and import these guys here because I'm going to need my image URL builder from Sanity. I'm going to need my client from Sanity, and I'm going to need my F8 check. It's a React icon. So this is an icon that I'm going to need soon enough. So we're going to go here, and we're simply going to say image URL builder, give it our Sanity client. And then we'll say .image.token logo, and we'll do URL. So it'll build out that image that we need. And then we'll just say set image URL to image URL. Perfect. And now all we're going to do is run those functions. So let's go here. Let's give it a dependency of empty, no dependencies. And let's just run our functions. So these are the two functions that we created. Cool. And then those functions automatically update the value for balance and image URL. So now I can actually uncomment this. And here we can actually say image URL. Boom, look at that. That was nice, huh? We're getting the first image, the second image, and the third image. So, and I hover over, right? It's showing it. So perfect. It's doing what it needs to do. Now for the wrapper, what I want to do is I want to give it a styling. And we'll say the background color here will be based on selected token.name. And if that matches, then this is the color we want to give it. Cool. So this means this is the selected token. So because, for example, if I go here, Ethereum is our selected token. So when I go back or when I go here, it remains our selected token. In this case, Bitcoin is my selected token. So you see that color remains behind Bitcoin. So that's why we're adding that part. Now we just need to give it an on click on what happens when you click it. So we're going to say when you click it, we're going to do set selected token is going to be token, and set action is going to be send. So it's going to send us back to the original send screen when I pick it. So let's just give it a try. Let's pick one of these. Boom. When I pick Ethereum, it just sends me back. Let's pick Bitcoin, and look at that. It even updated this with Bitcoin. Yo, that is nice. When I go here, pick Solana, it has updated with that with Solana. And it has fetched my ETH correctly. Let's see if it fetches my Bitcoin. It fetched my Bitcoin correctly. Let's see if it fetches my Solana. And it fetched my Solana correctly. Yo, this is crazy. Right? That's crazy. Now we're just going to need to update this too, because this is hard-coded and we need to make this dynamic as well. So let's try this. Let's go to our transfer.js file, right? And let's go down here, and where it says ETH, if you change this to whatever, it should show up there. And let's see if we can change this to be selected token. And what are we trying to read from here? It's going to be selected token dot symbol. Now simply go to localhost 3000 again, and then open the Modal. All right, so now it says ETH here. Let's see if I change this. It says BTC. Let's go. Let's change this. Sol. Wow. Wow. And let's see if it works. I have no freaking idea. So sending it to some address. Is this the right address? Let's go to my receiver, 03FF. That is it. Let's see if we send it to Sol, what happens. Let's hit continue. I don't know if it's going to work or not. Fingers crossed. Waiting. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Did it crash? Let's see what happened. Oh, it worked. Let's go. That is wild. Let's go right here. And I can see that I have 2 Sol. Yo, this is exciting. This is so exciting. This makes me so freaking happy. Thank you, thirdweb, for making my life so easy. Wow, that's nice. So looks like, I mean, literally almost the entire thing is working. There are a couple of things that we need to add. Like, for example, the receive tab. I mean, this is not over yet, right? So let's go back to our coin item component and let's go make sure that we finish that out. All right, so we have our main and we have our icon. That's great. Right underneath our icon, let's add in our name details. So we're going to go name details. All right, and inside of these details, I'm going to go name. And we're going to give it token.name, just like this. And here, we're going to give it a symbol. And then that's just going to be the token symbol. So let's go do that. Is it showing up? Token.symbol. I'm not sure why the token.symbol is not showing up, but we'll look into that. Maybe we need to style our symbol class or something. Oh, we don't have a symbol class. So that's probably it. There we go. And it's showing up. I was like, where is it? I couldn't see it. Hopefully you can see that. Look at that. Oh, looks juicy. Look at that. Okay, beautiful. So we got our symbol showing up. Now what we need to do is right underneath the main, we got to get our balance to start showing up too. So let's go balance and we'll go token dot symbol. Yo, it's pulling my actual balance. Look at that. 48 Sol, 7 Sol, 13 ETH. It's pulling the actual balance for each. Man, this is absolutely beautiful. Last piece of the puzzle that I need here is, do you notice how this is selected? It has this blue check mark next to it, right? And Ethereum doesn't. This is our deployed version. We need to add that to our app. So what we're going to do is right underneath balance, we're going to create is selected like this. And inside our is selected, all I'm going to say is I'm going to say, hey, selected token.contract address. If that's equal to the current active token that we have selected, contract address, then what I want you to do in that case is give me my check. Give me my little check. So let's go here. Let's see. Our check is not showing up. So let's just go. Oh, yeah. What we need to do is give it a Boolean here. So it's going to be a true or false here. So let's go and wrap this in a Boolean. Cool. Is selected. Do we have the styling for is selected? Yes, we do. What's going on here? Misspelling is what's going on here. R, a D. Needed another D right there. Once I added that, you can see, boom, it's the selected one. So let's go back here. We'll pick something different. I'll pick Bitcoin. And when we go back, look, we know Bitcoin is selected. Let's pick Ethereum. Let's go back. Now we know Ethereum is selected. So our is selected component is working perfectly. We can change coins and we can send however much Solana we want or how much ETH we want or how much Bitcoin we want. And it's working for everything. So guys, we are able to send and receive. I mean, this is incredible. We're able to send money around to anybody that we want, right? That is powerful. That is big point of why we use the blockchain. And if you can integrate that functionality within your app, I mean, that really makes you stand out. I mean, Imagine putting this on your portfolio and then going after, Web3 front-end related jobs. You will stand head and shoulders above so many other people. So it's all very exciting. Now what we need to do is, it looks like this component is pretty much done, right? I think it's completely done actually. So we're done with this component, coin item and coin item list and all of that. Now what we need to do is, what happens when you hit, really just a few things left. What happens right when a person hits continue, right? Because currently we just kind of sit there and it's awkward and you're like, is it sent yet? Like, what the hell is happening, right? So we want to make sure that state is accounted for. One thing we want to do is we want to have a state like a transferred state. So what should show up after we've transferred? So we are going to go ahead and update that. And then we need a state for what to show when it's transferring. So let's do action and we'll do transferring. No, we don't need 3 dots there. We can just make it transferring like this. So now we have one state for one action, another action. And let's go to our transfer modal that figures out which modal to do. So now we have select, but we also have transferring. So let's go here and we'll do case and we'll say transferring and we'll go like this and we'll say return and we'll go transferring. So there's that state. And then we'll have a state for transferred. And for this, we will say transferred. Okay, transfer complete or something. And we can literally style this to be like color green. So this is a very simple example here. Now, if I paste my address, let's go choose a sol, send one sol, paste my address here, and let's hit continue. So now you can see it's saying transferring. So now it actually shows us that it's in some pending state. What we can do is add a nice loader or something like that to make it look nice. That's up to you if you want to do that. And then we see transfer complete right here. Now, of course, we want to center it and do all of that. And you know what? I like adding loaders. So let's go ahead and add a loader. So we'll go to React Loader Spinner. I think this should be fairly easy to use. Looks simple enough. And we can use this. And it's also really easy to use. So let's simply go ahead and download this. So I'm going to do yarn add React Loader Spinner. And we're going to paste that right here. Oh, yarn add React Loader Spinner. I'll just type it in. So that'll install it. Now it's telling me I should add this command to the main app.js file. So let's go to our underscore app.js file and let's at a global level add that. So it imports that. So our entire app has access to it. And then I'm going to do copy that line. Let's go to our transfer modal. Actually, where do we need it to render? Yeah, I guess we could have it render right here. So we're going to do this. And instead of audio, I'm going to do tailspin. Because I kind of like tailspin. If you go right here, tailspin looks like a nice normal looking loader right there. So let's stick with that. And let's copy this. And in the transferring state, we're going to make a div right here. I will go div. Transferring H2, and then maybe right underneath the H2, we could have our audio loader. In this case, it's going to be tailspin loader loading. And so hopefully that works. Let's take a look. Send one sol, paste the address. Let's send it. And there we go. Our loader is showing up. So now the user knows that it's actually sending the money, right? So they can wait there happily. So that was pretty easy to add the loader, not too difficult. We kind of flew through that, and just so you know, that was like real time. That wasn't even, we didn't even have notes on that. We hadn't coded that before. We figured that out on the fly together. So if you enjoyed that, give some love, smash the like button. And by the way, I just want to say, at any time, if the JavaScript or anything like that, and this is getting too tough, guys, check out our course, Profit with React. Go join that course, because in that course, you'll master the JavaScript, the React parts of it. So then you can actually build this with us and really understand it at a fundamental level, right? So if that's a skill you want to build, I would highly recommend click the link below and join a course, Profit with React. You'll get so much training and you'll be able to make projects like these left and right. So definitely check that out. Awesome. So we got our spinner spinning. We're very happy about that. We have a transfer complete state. Now we can make it look a little bit nicer. And how I can make it look a little bit nicer is I can style my div. And inside of this div, I can just drop some styling like this. This will help me centralize everything. All right. And then we'll do the same thing, similar thing with our transferred one. So what I'm going to do here is we'll delete this completely. I'll put a div. We'll add in some styling for this div. And I'm going to give it the word. We're just going to add transfer complete in here. Okay, we don't need that space there. Transfer complete. Perfect. So you see how it's like nice and centralized. And then for transferring, what we're going to say is transfer in progress. Just like that. So let's give that a try. Let's paste our wallet address here where we're sending it. Let's hit continue. And you can see transfer in progress showing up nicely. If I make this a H2, for example, let's go ahead and make that an H2. And yeah, that's cool. So let's give that a try now. Let's hit send. Okay, cool. Looks nice and big, easily visible. Oh, I'm blurry. Cool, we're back. So our transfer in progress is working. It shows up visibly. And what I can do is it's right now display flex. So you can remove the display flex, right? I can actually do flex, and then we can actually do flex direction column. So flex direction column like that. Put that behind it. Let's try sending it one more time. Boom. Paste the address, send, and now it looks much better and everything looks easy to see. And color here, we can give it that same blue that we kind of pass around everywhere in this app. So let's look for that blue, and it's this one right here. So I'm just going to copy that blue because I kind of like it, and we'll make that the color right there. So let's try sending one sol again to that address here. And now you see that nice blue loader going. We know the transfer is in progress. And as soon as it takes place, you know, it's confirmed with us. You know, if we wanted to get even fancier, you could probably plug into the Etherscan API and show the exact Etherscan loader. So it can actually show you exactly what percentage of the transaction is complete. So that could be a fancy feature you could add. And then, you know, the last bit of it, if we want to actually do that, the last bit of it is really just making this receive one look much better. So let's work on our receive component. So that will look like, here's the final version. And so the QR code is there. Ethereum is showing up, ETH address, and the ability to copy it too. So you can hit copy right there. So let's work on that functionality right now. So we will make a new file here. We will call it receive. Ask and you shall receive.js. All right. And I'm going to do the same thing. We will do in my receive. I'm going to just do RAFCE to autocomplete stuff. And now I'm going to need access to a bunch of things. So I definitely need use state and use effect here. I'm going to need my styled components, and we will need a couple of icons. And then we're going to need an image builder from Sanity as well. So all of these imports are going to be necessary for this. We're going to need two states. that we're going to need to keep track of. So what was copied, and then of course our image URL. We'll need a image URL builder. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And we don't need asset and ref. We can just leave it like selected token logo.url. That should be good enough. I do not need builder right there. We just need selected token. Receive will destructure 3 props, and we will send it these 3 props as well. Let's go to our transfer modal, and where we have receive, we need to actually call our receive component here. So we're going to say return, right? And we're going to go receive and close it off like this. Cool. So our receive component is now imported, and we need to give receive a couple of things here. Receive is going to need our set action. It's going to need selected token, and it's going to need the wallet address. Let's go back into receive. So we're giving it all those pieces of information. That's good. We're building our image right there inside of receive. That's perfect. That's all the kind of complex JavaScript component of it. After that is just styling. So let's go ahead and create the styling for our wrapper. Let's create the styling for our content. Let's create the styling for our QR container. We'll create the styling for our divider. We'll need to have styling for our row. We will need styling for our icon. We will need styling for our coin select list, our coin name. So quite a few things we will need styling for. And we will need styling for title. We will need styling for our address. And we will need styling for our copy button. To when we hover over it, it should turn into like a mouse or like a clicky pointer thing. Cool. So now there's a bunch of styling. Now all we need to do is actually just build it out, build out the front end. All right. So this over here is going to be wrapper. And inside of our wrapper, we're going to have our content. Inside of our content, I'm going to have our QR container. Inside of our container, we're going to have an image. Okay. And this image, you can write this down with me. This image is going to be, we're going to hit the QR server API. And it allows us to create a QR code on the fly, which is super nice. And the size we're going to give it is 250 by 250. And then for the data, we're actually going to give it our wallet address. That's it. That is it. It's so easy to use a QR code. Just use this API, give it the data that you need to give it, and then whenever somebody actually takes a photo of it or scans it, you don't need this period here, I believe. You can remove that. That's supposed to be a slash. And I can actually copy that and paste it. So just in case I'm making any silly mistakes here, which I am, because I didn't put an equal sign there. So now it's perfect. Equal sign right there. Data is equal to wallet address. So whatever you put inside of the data, the QR code, when you scan it with your phone, will give you. So it's that easy. All right. Now underneath, actually, why don't we just show this for now before we continue further? And let's just see what we have so far. So let's go to our modal. Let's hit receive. All right. Builder is having problems. Like, what the heck is builder? No worries. All builder is this. Pass this, give it clients, and that's builder. That's it. Okay, cool. No worries. Go to localhost 3000, and then you're gonna hit send and receive. All right, then hit receive, and ta-da! Our QR code is showing up. And if you actually took out your phone and scanned it, you will get my exact wallet address that I have right there. Okay. Perfect. Great. Now what we need to do is I want to put a divider here. So I put a divider underneath this, and then underneath that we'll build our rows. So we'll do a coin select list. And then we're going to do the similar type of coin select list. It's going to be a self-closing tag. Or actually, no, let's not make it a self-closing tag. Let's do it like this. All right, inside of our coin select list, I'm going to have my icon. And for image, we're just going to say image URL. Image URL. Like this. And image URL, of course, is none in the start. We set it here. So, you know, this will break. Make sure you go to localhost 3000 and then come back to it and we'll build it. Let's go right there, hit receive. And there we go. Our image is showing up at the bottom. So that's perfect. Exactly what we were going for. Underneath the icon, of course, we're going to need to give it a coin name. And we're going to do selected token.name. All right, so there we go. We got our name coming through. And then we're going to do another divider. That is a self-closing tag. And we're going to do another row. In this row, we're going to have a div. We're going to put a title. And the title is going to be selected token.symbol. And we're going to say address. Like so. Okay, underneath this, we're going to put the address and we're going to put the wallet address there. Perfect. And then underneath that, what we're going to do is we're going to add a copy button. Copy button. All right, and on this, what we need to do is we need to give it an on click. So we're going to say on click. All right, here's what needs to happen. We're going to do navigator.clipboard.write text wallet address. And we're going to do set copied to true. So once copied is to true, what we need to do is notice how in my deployed app, when I go here and I hit copy, this turns into a tick mark, right? That's why we're actually keeping track of the state, if the copied is true or not. Because if it is true, then we just make the tick mark go green. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So right underneath, right before our copy button finishes, I'm just going to paste that right there. And basically it's going to say, hey, is copy true? If it is, then show me the check mark. Otherwise, show me the by copy. So for example, if you look at it now, you see the by copy, the two copy things. And when I click it, it's going to turn, look at that. How nice, right? Send, receive, click it, and it's copied. Man, that is slick. That is so slick. So, guys, with that said, I mean, look at this, right? Watch this. I'm going to pick Solana. Let's open this whole thing up. Let's go boom. Let's go Sol. And I will send one Sol. And we will pick not my own address, but a different address. Let's just double check the address that I'm sending to is correct. Coinbase receiver. Copy. Paste. So one Sol. And I'm going to hit continue. And now I'm just going to sit and receive. And let's see when it sends if it automatically pushes me back. Because if it's doing a good job, it should automatically push me back. So let's see what happens. Waiting. I don't actually know if that's going to work or not. Oh, nice. It pushed me back to transfer complete, actually. It did it. Let's try sending another Sol. Transfer in progress. Look at how nice that flow looks, right? And notice my balance, you know, as soon as that's done and I actually refresh, you'll see my balance will be updated. So freaking cool. I go here, refresh. My balance just changed. Let's send 1 Bitcoin. Paste my address. 1 Bitcoin, and this should change by like 40,000. So this should drop into 200,000 something. Let's hit it. Waiting, waiting, waiting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sometimes it takes longer. Complete. Let's hit refresh. Let's go. We just sent over $40,000 worth of Bitcoin. Let's go inside of our wallet and you'll see I have 1 Bitcoin right here. Let's go inside of our main account and you see 6 BTC, 39 sold, 13 ETH. Let's open up send and receive and click here and look at that. 13, 6, and 39 sold. Pick one of them, automatically updates Bitcoin balance, 6 BTC, BTC right here, right? Go here, I can copy it, choose shows Bitcoin, go here, pick Solana, Solana, Sol address, copy, right? Like look at how incredible the overall experience of this app is, right? Like, wow, what a freaking wonderful app. And it just works, you know, every single time and just does it so damn well, right? So there you guys go. I hope that you got a lot of value out of it. I hope that you enjoyed this and that this actually brought you value. You know, the reason why we use this stack, guys, is because this stack is the best possible stack for this type of application. We have a super powerful database that is easy to use with point and click like Sanity, but then it's so freaking powerful, right? That's the type of database we would want to use. So we got that. We're using thirdweb for interfacing with all our blockchain and all the SDK stuff, right? That's how we're able to get all this powerful stuff here. Then we're using Next.js for front end and styled components. And then Metamask is authenticating the app. So, I mean, you have the most modern, bleeding edge tech stack that is phenomenal. And yeah, this is a brilliant freaking application. So guys, all right, you thought you were done, but we're not done yet. We just have one last step, which is to take our application and deploy it online to the interwebs. So let's go ahead and do that. One website I really love is called Vercel.com. Make sure you just sign up here and you have an account here. And then once you have that, really all you need to do is the following. So we're going to go in my command line right here, and I'm just going to do yarn build. You could do npm run build or whatever. And hopefully it doesn't crash here. Oh, it did. I'm going to just do something really awful. They have a way to just ignore all your linting errors, because right now it's really just linting problem. So the dirty thing we're going to do, let's go to our next config.js file. And we're going to just paste this, and we're going to basically say ignore lint during builds. So let's do yarn build one more time. And let's see what happens if it works. It looks like it's building, so that's a good sign. All right. And in the meantime, while it's doing that, I already know where I'm going to run into errors once I try to deploy it. So let's try to circumvent that beforehand. So one is from my public and my private keys. So my keys. So let's go to Vercel. Let's create a new project. Let's, yeah, that's fine. Let's create a new project and import Git repositories. All right, let's not do that. Let's try to push this project and let's see what happens. Excuse the snoring in the back. That's my little elephant English bulldog sleeping, but we're gonna rock and roll anyway. So one thing I'm just gonna update, because we're having these problems with deploying and it kept not deploying. And so the hack that I found to deploy this is the following. We're gonna copy everything inside of here, or I'm gonna basically remove everything inside of there and paste this. And what this does is go, hey, does the wallet address exist? If it does exist, then show me the wallet. Pretty much the code that we had. The only difference here is this will also render a button that will say, hey, connect the wallet. So that's the only difference here. That's all. And apparently it bypasses the weird error we were having. So I don't care. We are fine. Let's try it now. Let's do yarn build. And let's see, hopefully, fingers crossed, that it actually builds and goes right. It goes through. Once that happens, once this happens, we're just going to type in Vercel. On Vercel, it says set up and deploy. We're going to hit enter and say yes. I'm going to pick Clever Programmer. You can choose whatever you want. It's asking link to an existing project. I'm going to say no and hit enter. It's going to say, what's your project's name? I'm just going to say Coinbase Blockchain App because I misspelled it initially. So Coinbase Blockchain App like that. In which directory is your code located? It's located right over here. So I'm just going to hit enter. Became unblurry. Do you want to override settings? No. And now it's just deploying it. That's all. So let's go ahead and update the private keys for this project. I got this project right here. I'm going to go to settings, going to go to environment variables right there. And in the environment variables, let's scroll down here. Let's put this here and let's put the link there. And I'm going to say use this for production, preview, and development. That is totally fine. And hit add. So now that private key is there. So our deployed version won't break as a result of that. So that's good. All right, and it's currently deploying this app. The next thing we need to do is add in the ability for origins. So let's go inside desk in our Sanity IO on localhost 33333. If you've closed this, just make sure you go hit start. Oh wait, not desk. We need to just go to the regular Sanity IO. So let's go to that. I'm going to just go Sanity IO. I'm going to hit login. All right. I'm going to go to my Coinbase blockchain app. And inside of here, I'm going to hit API. And we're going to add in our origin. So I'll show you what our origin is going to be. Wherever this app deploys, that's the origin that I'm going to add to our cores. Okay, so this app just got deployed. So this is the production link. So we're going to copy the production link and we're going to paste that right there. So now that's saved in cores. And is there a preview link that he gave me? Doesn't really look like it. So let's go ahead and check. Yo guys, what the heck? This is in our production. It's showing up. All right, I'm excited. I'm hella hyped. Let's see if this works. Connect wallet. Let's go ahead and choose this wallet right here that I built initially. Let's hit connect. Yo, it's showing up. Let's zoom out here. Look at that. Our app is showing up. Right. I'll put myself in the corner here. It's getting my exact balance. Let's hit send and receive. Let's go here. Solana 0x3FF. And let's send to Sol. So I should go down from 39. And this should also become 295,000 maybe, or this should become close to 0 here. And let's hit continue. Transfer in progress. Waiting. 3, 2, 1. Will it work? This is on the deployed version. Yo, it freaking worked. How amazing is that? This app worked. Fantastic. It's absolutely what we were looking for. Yeah, I mean, honestly, absolutely brilliant. The only bad part about this app so far is it is only connecting to my wallet. So if you wanted to use it, you would need to connect it to your wallet. You need to export your key. And what I'm talking about here is inside of settings, environment variables, you're going to need to essentially add in your key. Once you add in your private key, your app is good to go. Let's refresh this. Let's see if it works. Yep, I'm down to 188. So my balance has updated. Let's go check my Sol now. Sol, you can see it says 37 Sol. So the deployed version is working. You'll be able to use my app, but I'm sure that I'll be out of this pretty soon. So as long as you're watching this, if this link is up, great. Go to check out the app, see what you think. But I'm pretty sure that at some point this will either crash or shut down, or so many people will use it that there will be no money left in the fake wallet that I created. Okay, awesome. So there you go. All right, just a recap of how amazing this was. We built this app using Next.js for the front end. We added freaking Sanity for the back end. We added styled components for styling. We added thirdweb to handle the blockchain parts. We added Metamask authentication to the app. We took Vercel and we deployed this app to Vercel, right? We hosted this online and everybody can use it. And this is a blockchain Web 3.0 Coinbase build that just looks freaking phenomenal. So with that said, if you have enjoyed this video, smash the like button, go check out Sanity, go check out thirdweb if you haven't yet. And if you need to upgrade your coding skills or React skills or your JavaScript skills or whatever, make sure to join and check out Profit with React. It'll be in the link below. With that said, I love your beautiful face. This is Kazi. This was a huge freaking build, guys. I can't believe we did it and we crushed it. I love your beautiful face. And as always, I'll see you in the next video.